Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, one more time. Test. John Tomlin speaking. I'm your announcer for the weekend. I'll be joined tomorrow by the dulcet tones of Ian Durbridge. But for today, I'm doing the race calling and the pit calls. So first up, can we have up to the dummy grid, please, the Heritage Touring Cars. Heritage Touring Cars, we need you up on the dummy grid now, please. So as soon as you're up there, we can get you... Okay, we have another call for the Heritage Touring Cars. Heritage Touring Cars to the dummy grid, please. And also a note to everybody in the garages, the cars parked behind the garages, you cannot be there this weekend, so it's all right for this morning while you're unloading. Okay, so we can start giving you some updates on times of who's doing what out there. John Thompson's out there, he's done a best of a 122.5. Then we've got Anthony Munns has done a 124.1. Greg Mickelson's clocked in a 124.5. Reed Harker with a 124.6 is his best. Clint Scott on a 124.6. Grant Rowe on a 124.6. Okay, folks, we've got the historic touring cars out there at the moment, and we've got Clive Sharuri out there in one of the ex-Group A Mustangs. Historic touring cars, so Zach's been a busy boy. Comes Veen Smith across the line. Followed by Jerry Hodges. Jerry's putting 23.8s. Veen Smith's sitting best time of a 120. Clive Sharuri comes across the line one more time in the Group A Mustang. Just another call to make sure we have all historic Formula Libre cars up to the dummy grid. There's a big bunch of you out the front here, so that's fine. But all historic Formula Libre cars, please, to the dummy grid. If you do have a vehicle parked behind the pit buildings, could you please make sure they're not there within the next hour or so? You've got a nice big pit building. Everything you need should be unloaded out of your cars into the pit buildings. And your cars need to be down in the car park at the end of pit lane. Especially tomorrow, that's going to be all Ferraris all the way through there. So those areas need to be clear. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we're almost rolling on our Formula Libre grid. And I can see out the front there is Roger Williams in the beautiful big black ex-Peter Sherman 1972 McLaren M8EF, 8,357 cc's. That's not a small engine. In fact, it's probably as big as the next 5 cars behind it in a row. So anyway, then Roger's out first. He's going to be followed out by Paul Halford in the M1AB, the Bruce McLaren 5300cc, one of the first Can-Am cars built. Also we have out there Lyle Zose in a Swift DB4, and Ken Smith in the ex-Craig Baird Swift DB4, and Andy Higgins also in another DB4. Martin Lucas in a Rolt RT4, and David Heron in an ex-Gene Pope Swift. So we've got a very good grid of Formula Atlantics out there, or Formula Pacifics as we used to call them here in New Zealand. Then in the Formula Libre grid, there's some interesting little cars out there. And we'll call those off as they come round. We can see Jeff Harriman out there, and he's in a Rolt RT20, as is Will Oxley in a Rolt RT21. Both they're obviously Formula 3000 cars, and were fitted with the Holden V6s to run in our domestic Australian, New Zealand Formula Holden Championship, which obviously followed on from Formula Pacific, which followed on from the mighty Formula 5000s, which we'll see out here a little bit later on. So we now need up to the dummy grid the historic muscle cars. Historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons. We need you up to the dummy grid now, please. So who else have we got out there? We've got Frank Carl. I haven't seen Frank out there today in the RFX, but I believe that's out there today. Here he's out there this weekend. I know he's running it. And I can see his Healy sitting up in the garage there. Okay, so Roger Williams has gone through, and Will Oxley in the RT21. David Heron's gone through there, followed by Lyle Zose, Martin Lucas, David Heron, Jeff Harriman through in the Rolt RT20. Ron Wilkins just gone through as well. Chris Fraser out there in his little Formula Ford. See Kenny Smith coming through in his Formula Pacific. It's just rolling through the dummy grid now. And of course we have young Tom Alexander's going to be out there as well today. So yeah, we now have the historic muscle cars up to the dummy grid, please, and pre-78 saloons. You need to be up onto the dummy grid as well. David Heron just flashes across the line in hot pursuit of haven't seen Roger Williams around, although I can hear him. Yes, we can hear the big 8.5 litre or 8.3 litre big Chevy winding up down the back of the track there. comes Roger across the line now. Paul Halford comes through in the McLaren M18A. Oops, we got somebody coming along the front straight here very, very slowly. Will Oxley across the line. That was Grant Tolley in the Dome Formula Holden, and that's not running very well at this point in time. Car number 5, Jeff Harriman flashes through, followed by Martin Lucas in the Rolt RT4. Lyle Zose and David Heron side by side across the start-finish line. Here we got here a little Formula Fred, car number 72, and that, of course, is going to be Chris Fraser. No, it's not. Car number 72 is not Chris Fraser. It's Ron Wilkins, sorry. My apologies. And here comes Roger Williams again, puffing a lot of smoke out the back of the big Can-Am car, which is a bit of a concern. Need to keep an eye on that. Chris Fraser calling and rolling into the pits here, so it looks like Chris isn't going to take any further part in this practice session. Will Oxley across the line and the Rolt RC21, followed by Jeff Harriman. Will Oxley's doing 116s in that car, and Lyle Zoe's doing 118s in his. We'll look back further down the track and Roger Williams has done a best of a 106.8 to date. Here comes Roger again across the line. It's getting, it looks like he's getting a lot of blow by at the top end in that car. We're just looking closely at the track here because it appears that Roger might be blowing a bit of oil out the back of the big Can-Am. Not a nice place for that to happen either. It's right, almost right on the braking line for Grant Tolley coming past us very slowly on the front straight here. And yeah, I think Roger sort of identified that he might have an issue here because he's actually pulled into the pits, and certainly a very expensive engine, those things. You don't want to do any damage to them. Roger in the Peter Sherman M8 McLaren, painted in Roger's traditional jet black colours. Yes, they've put Roger's car back into the pits and back into the garage. So obviously they're going to have a look at that and see what that blow-by problem is. Here comes Grant Tolley again, very slowly along the front straight. quite sure what Grant's issue is with that car. Whether he's trying to bed brakes in or bed rings in or whatever it might be, but he's definitely circulating very slowly. Okay, Formula 5s, you need to be thinking about getting ready. We've got the historic muscle cars, the historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons going out next. So you guys need to be on the dummy grid now, and then we will have the Formula 5000s out after that. Haven't seen Kenny Smith or young Scott Alexander out there yet. I did see Kenny drive through the pits just a few minutes ago in the I can't hear him. Will Oxley goes through again, and another unidentified car out there. I'm not sure who that was that went through. It's definitely another Formula Holden. We'll keep an eye on that and see if we can pick that one up for you. Lyles O's goes past in the Swift DB4, and David Heron not too far behind in the black Ken Smith STP. No, it's not, so it's not. Stand by. Sorry, yeah, it was the ex Gene Pope Swift DB4. I apologise. Car number 90 or car number 6 into the pits. We don't have him on our program. I don't have him on the latest entry, so we'll try and pick that car up. It looks like a Formula 3 car. Chevron by the looks of it. There's not many on circuit at this point in time. Okay, next up we're going to have the the historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons, and then we'll be followed by the Formula 5000s. So Grant Clegg driving around in the Ferrari FF. He's decided he's going to sell his BMW. He wants a Ferrari now. Okay, we've got the pre-78s out there now, and got a couple of extra cars that we didn't have last weekend. I see we've got young Scott Sampson out there in his Capri. It's nice to see. I think that might be the first time he's run that car. It's, oh no, he has run it before, but it's nice to see that out there. Looks like John Nuttall out there in the little BMW. It's either John Nuttall or Wood in the little Alpha GTV. I think we may even have Ken Northern out there as well in these little Okay, so let's have a look. Who we got out here? 483, that's Hillsy Hills, just gone past. And we've got a mechanical black flag being held out for car number 83. So can't pick up who that is at this point in time. There goes Gimlet. Oh, yes, it's Jeff, the big XA Falcon Coupe of John McKechnie. So John's got a bit of a mechanical problem by the looks of things. So they're having a look at his car. Car number 47, Peter Stevenson, flashes past in the 65 fastback, and sorry, 66 fastback. Scott Sampson, there goes Howard Wood through, car number 46. A little BMW 200 TII, a little giant killer. Kevin Ratey goes through in the Falcon XA, followed by Dale Mathis. Oh, we've got John Dennehy out there. John Dennehy in the Steve Don Halliday and Alan Wolfe Escort. That's painted up, or it's been restored to by Andy Colpin at Race FX. That's been restored to the guys that it ran in with Don Halliday in the BNZ series many years ago, the main freight racing team. Ken Northern goes past, followed John Monroe, and then Hillsy Hills through after them. So looking back down the grid, who else have we got out here today? Kevin Gemblick goes past in the big Camaro, followed by car number 185, and that is John Nuttall. Nice to see John out there again. Little Datsun of Dennis Mills goes past. I see Scott Sampson at the end of pit road here with the bonnet up on the Capri, having a look under the bonnet to see if he can identify what is causing him a bit of grief. I did see John Sampson out there earlier on. I'm sure I saw John going out there, but haven't seen him just recently. And so we have I've just identified our Racing Ray Williams standing here behind a lovely little Porsche 365. Beautiful little car. Do you want to tell us about it, Ray? It's gorgeous. Do you want to tell us about the little Porsche?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I was just telling my good friend here as well, Paul. This little white Porsche, the one you've seen in the pits, that one you're talking about, John? Yeah, it's a 1963, so it's 51 years old this year. I was very lucky enough that a friend of mine was in California, and he got onto this one. It was in a garage. It's only two-owner, and it's ivory, which matches my ivory beast, and it's got a sunroof, one of the very first sunroofs of all. So we grabbed it, and here it is.
It's lovely. It's 51 years old. It's only a year older than you.
Yeah, I wish. The beauty of it is that it's not been restored. It's just been as a daily driver, and it's what they call patina. So we just love it.
Look, folks, come and have. I know this is a Ferrari festival, but come and have a look at this little thing. It is absolutely beautiful, and as Ray says, it's not been restored. But it's obviously been well garaged. It's a California car, is it?
California car. Yeah, it was 4 hours north of LA, but the friend that bought it for me, I didn't even see it. I just transferred the money. I trusted his judgment, and he said he's driving it down to the wharf to get onto the container. It was cruising at 70, 75 mile an hour all the way, and that seems to be what it likes to do. It's a very good little motor. They drive well.
Lovely little car. No, beautiful. Come and have a look at it, folks. It really is a nice one.
Thanks, John.
Okay, Formula 5s, you obviously should be getting yourselves organised. You guys are fairly efficient, so we hope to see you out there again soon. So let's have a look and see what sort of times people are doing that. Peter Stevenson's circulating in 119s. He's put in a best of a 117.5. Howard Wood in the little BMW 2002. He's put in a time of 117.3. Nigel McDonald in the, now I'm not sure which Mustang he's running today, whether he's running, I haven't seen it, whether he's running the, it's 289, so it is the fastback, so he's not running the X-Red Dawson car this weekend. So 289, he's put in a 118.778, that was his last lap, his best lap. Then we got car number 28 out there, that's, not sure who car number 28 is, I don't have him on my list here. Hang on, let's have a look and see if he's on. Yes, here we go, sorry, Scott Sampson. Yeah, Scott Sampson is the next one through. And he's done a 118.9, so he's going fairly quick as well. John Dennehy in the Don Halliday and Alan Wolfe Ford Escort, ex-BNZ Championship car, and he's done a 118.6. John Sampson, he is out there after all, done a 121.2. Is his best time. And Hillsy Hills on a 120.276, the little Escort going very quickly. Gary Ratty in the Falcon XA Coupe, 121.7, and then John Monroe in the big XJ6 Jag, he's done a 120, where's he gone? He's just disappeared off my screen. What's John done? A 119.7, so he's going fairly quick as well. And then Kevin Gimlet, 114.4, he's the fast boy out there. Dale Mathis, 116.9, so Dale's just put his fastest time in on his last lap, so Dale's moving fairly quickly. John McKechnie done a 120.3, Steve Elliott 119.1, John Nuttall on a 125, Gareth Sampson's obviously out there as well, and he's in car number 128. He's done a 120. Tony Roberts did a 120.86, and I think he's done a sort of one flyer, and that's it. Haven't seen him out there again. So that's as it rounds out at this point in time. And we have another mechanical black flag out there. Can't see the number who it's for from here just yet. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for them to circulate around, we'll talk a little bit about Health House, who is the obviously the sponsor of the historic muscle cars. And if Health House makes a quality natural health products that work, including multivitamins and health books, gels and creams. It's a completely New Zealand owned company that has been selling quality natural health products for over 25 years. It has its own nutraceutical manufacturing facility in Tauranga, or you can buy Health House products online on www.healthhouse.co.nz, or by going online or by phoning 0800 140 141. That's 0800 140 141. And they have their own trained, experienced staff in their call centre, so you're not speaking to the Philippines or India. So, yeah, Health House, thank you for their support, and we've got car number 128. We now have a checkered flag on the practice session for the historic muscle cars and the pre-78 saloons. So that's their run for the day, for the morning. We'll see them again this afternoon, or their qualifying session. Now, if you want to see photos of your cars, or your car, I should say, online, or some of you have got more than one race car, but anyway, if you would like some really good quality action photos, go to www.groundsky.co.nz, and Ground Sky, that's Cully and the team there. They're all around the track all weekend and all last weekend as well, doing photography, and there's some fantastic shots online. You can go online, you can order a disc, you can order an individual shot. So just go to www.groundsky.co.nz, dial in, put in your car number or name, and it will bring up all of the shots of your vehicle, and you can choose which you want, whether you want to have a disc of a particular race meeting, a particular event, or even if you just want one photo, they'll do everything right up to full poster size for you. So that's www.groundsky.co.nz, and just keep an eye out for Cully and the team around the track, and they'll be snapping away quite happily. They do some really, really good work. So also need to thank Continental Cars for the support and given the festival this weekend, and they've got their beautiful Ferraris on display down at their compound, which is down on the short straight, and obviously they've also provided our course car and our safety car. Our safety car being a 458 Challenge, the black one that Tony Rutherford's peddling around today, and the course car is the FF, which I think Grant Clegg is driving today. So, and he's got a smile a mile wide on his face. So other people we need to thank this weekend is the Motorsport Club, and the Motorsport Club is you can go online, that's the motorsportclub.com. If you want to get involved in motorsport, or you just want to assist with helping out, then go and talk to Debbie and the team. You can get them online as well. So very useful for if you're a race driver and you haven't got a car that's playing up or one thing or another. We do need people to drive the FIV cars and the safety cars and one thing or another, and the rescue vehicles. So it's all volunteer work. So if you want a bit of track time and you haven't got a vehicle to run at the time, for it might be under repair or whatever, then talk to those guys and they'll put you behind the wheel of one of the course cars. Right, we now have the Formula 5000s out on track. So we got Formula 5s out there running. So up to the dummy grid now. We require, please, the pre-85 all-comers and sports sedans to the dummy grid now, please. That's pre-85 all-comers and sports sedans up to the dummy grid now, please. Thank you. So we'll see who we've got out there running. I'm not sure if Kenny Smith is going to be rejoining us this weekend. We certainly hope so. And okay, well, we've got the Formula 5s out there getting themselves sorted out. I've got Glenn here with me from Pirelli Tyres. Sorry, I've got Glenn here with me from Pirelli Tyres. Now, you've got an unusual contest or raffle going on this weekend, Glenn. Tell us a little bit about that.
We've got a Formula One wheel. Well, if you'd like to come down to the Pirelli tent and guess the weight of it, go into the draw for a set of mag wheels. So come on down and see Ryan at the Pirelli tent, and he'll fill in the entry form with him.
Okay, you want to tell me what the weight is now, and I can, so I'll put my name in there?
Oh, of course, mate. Yeah. Somewhere between 1 and 10 kilos.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you say it's Formula One wheel. Is it off any significant car, or is it just a Formula One wheel?
No, it is off one of the Mercedes team. It's the one that Avante supply the wheels for now, and Toro Rosso. So it is one of the genuine wheels.
Cool, so it's off one of the Mercs, is it?
Yep, it is.
Okay, that's terrific. So if you go down to the Pirelli tent and talk to Glenn and the team down there and just pick up the wheel, guess what the weight is, and they'll put you in the draw to go in and win a set of mag wheels.
That's correct. So just come down and see us.
Okay, those mag wheels, are they going to be wrapped in the beautiful Pirelli tyres?
No, you have to pay extra for that.
Okay, so you win the mag wheels, but you've got to buy the Pirelli tyres.
I'll tell you what, I'll do a set of Pirellis on them for half price, whoever wins.
There you go, that's not a bad deal, folks. All right, glad to talk to us again over the weekend.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I'll come and see you. Where will you be tomorrow?
Don't talk to me tomorrow, talk to Ian Durbs. He'll be here tomorrow, yeah.
So around here, or?
Yeah. Okay, so let's start looking at some times and see who's doing what out there. And we've got Brett Willis is out there. Nice to see Brett back again. He was going real well last weekend, so he's put in a 106.6. Steve Ross on a 102.5. Tony Richards out there on a 108, so he's just circulating around. Sefton Gibb on a 7. Andrew Higgins 103.4, so Andrew's going to be smarting a little bit from having to follow young Michael Lyons around last weekend, so he's going to make up for lost ground. Glenn Richards 109, Frank Lyons out there 112s, Judy Lyons done all, yeah, she's out there circulating as Judy does, so no sign of Michael. This is this is the first session, so we're splitting the qualifying into 2 groups. We've got it's just done on numbers, I think. I don't think it's a fast group. Well, there's no such thing as a slow group in this lot, but they've got 2 distinctive groups out there, so they've all got plenty of track time, get plenty of air, and they don't need to worry about falling over each other or getting balked on flying laps, that sort of thing. So that's how we split the Formula 5000s. Not sure if we're going to see Guido Belgiano Natis out there today, and hopefully we will. And if so, he will be in the next session. Okay, Steve Ross is starting to get on it now. He's just done a 1 minute .4 dead. Bear in mind the lap record was set last weekend by young Michael Lyons, where he came in on a 59.483. See Alistair Russell just going out there in the beautiful STP car, the number 2 car. Definitely going to be an interesting run this weekend between the Lolas and the McRaes. For those of you that don't know, the Lola is quite a bit heavier than the McRae. The McRaes are a very, very light car, but they don't have the aero that the Lolas have got. So whilst they're obviously quicker in a straight line, they're probably not quite as quick through the corners because of the amount of aero that the Lolas carry. So that's just a sort of a general observation. If you look at Steve Ross's car, it's Steve's certainly going very quickly. He's definitely in the very, very, very low, almost into the 59s. So he's not very far away from it at all. And the track is obviously a little bit colder today than it was last weekend when those times were being set. Kenny Smith did a 59.5, I think it was, in qualifying, and he was about 0.2 of a second quicker than Michael Lyons, and was leading the first race when unfortunately the motor let go, and that sort of sidelined Kenny for the weekend. So he was hoping to have another engine rebuilt to be back here today. So we hope to see him back out there. So let's just keep our fingers crossed, because Kenny is definitely one of the 4 or 5 really fast guys here this weekend. And the guys to keep an eye on, obviously, is Steve Ross and Michael Lyons, Kenny Smith, and Andrew Higgins is another one of the quick guys out there. Some of the others to watch is Sefton Gibb. He was going very well last weekend. And Clark Proctor, obviously. Clark's one of the real fast guys as well, so we'll keep an eye out to see Clark. And in the little March, and very physical little car to drive. Clark drove very, very well last weekend, and came from the back of the grid to 3rd position, and put in a real heroic drive there. But when Derbs interviewed him at the end of the event, he looked like he might have sweated a couple of kilos off. He certainly worked very, very hard in that little march. So, but just another call for your pre-85 saloons and classic historic historic sports sedans. So it's pre-85 saloons and historic sports sedans to the dummy grid, please. We need you up there as soon as possible. We won't have Gordon Burr in the Alfetta today, but he's pretty confident it will be ready for tomorrow and Sunday. And he broke an axle last weekend, and then they've had a look at a couple of other things, and found they had a little bit of an engine problem. So Gordon's team have dismantled that and are busily putting it back together again. So hoping to see them back with that car tomorrow would be, and I believe we can have the Barry Algie Monaro here as well. So, and I see that George Giroux's got the Etsy Chrome Mustang here. Okay, another call for pre-85 and historic sports sedans, the dummy grid, please. Yes, so it's certainly going to be interesting this weekend in this particular class, Pre-85 and Historic Sports Sedans, because if we can get all the cars out there that are entered and going, it's going to be fantastic seeing the LG Alfetta out there alongside the Graham Addis Charger, and that is the car that is still being driven by Graham Addis. We'll also have the ex Jim Richards Sid Chrome Mustang out there, and that's being driven by George Sharuri. And then of course there's the Barry LG Monaro as well. So those 4 cars will be it'll be fantastic to see them all on the track. I can't ever recall seeing the Sid Chrome Mustang on the track at the same time as the LG Alfetta and the Addis Charger, but because I think at that stage Jim Richards was driving the Falcon and the Super Falcon that he had built by Murray Bunn, but who knows? Hopefully we're going to see them all out there anyway. So it's pre-85 saloons and historic sports sedans. They're going to be next up. So you guys want to run? You need to be on the track now, on the dummy grid now. Okay, so that's the checkered flag on the first group of Formula 5s. I believe we're going to have the second group out straight after. So keep an eye out on those. Don't forget to head along to the Pirelli tent there and try your hand at weighing that, working out what the weight of that Formula 1 wheel is. That's an ex Mercedes Formula 1 wheel, and because we all know that the great Michael Schumacher drove a Mercedes Formula 1, so it would be who knows, hopefully it might have even come off one of his cars, but all our thoughts go out to Shimmy, and lying in that hospital in France, and we know you're a fighter, Shimmy, so please do fight your way through this one. We'd love to see you walking out of the hospital soon. So thoughts going out to Michael Schumacher and his family. Okay, so a second group of Formula 5s, they're going to be going out now, and we'll have a look and see who we've got. I think this will be the group that has Alistair Russell in it, and Mike Watley, Andrew Higgins. Hopefully we see Kenny Smith, and Michael Lyons will be out there, and Clark Proctor. We hope to see Clark out there as well. Greg Thornton and the ex-Alan Jones March 75A. You'll note that makes a very, very different sound to the other Formula 5s, because that's got a 3.4 litre Cosworth V6 in it, the same motor they put in the Cologne Caprice. Colognes were 3100, this one's 3400. So it's a lovely looking car, very fast car, a little bit smaller than the others. Okay, attention paddock, I've just had a call from Mr. Racing Ray Williams. Could we please have all of the Ferrari drivers, both 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder and V12 drivers, all to your cars please for the parade lap. That's all Ferrari drivers to your cars and up onto the dummy grid for your parade lap. Actually no, hang on, don't go onto the dummy grid yet because we've got our pre-85 cars up there. So yeah, so all Ferrari drivers to your cars as soon as possible please, and as soon as we have the pre-85s out on the track, which will be the session after the Formula 5000s, then we will have you out after that. So Racing Ray is going to coordinate all you guys. Don't forget Classic Cover Insurance. Go down and see those guys at the Classic Cover Insurance tent. And they were doing their very best last weekend to help people avoid the sun. They were giving away straw hats. So go down and see the guys at Classic Cover Insurance. So out on the grid now. I actually think we might have the Pre-85 sports sedans out there now. Yes, we do. I think we got the Pre-85. And the historic muscle cars are out on circuit as we speak. So we can now have all of you Ferrari drivers. Could we please have you into your cars and up onto the dummy grid now? And we're not doing split grids of 6 and 8s and 12s. We're doing, it's all Ferraris that are in the parade. We would like you up onto the dummy grid now, please. Okay, where's our pre-85 saloons and historic sports sedans out there? So we have a look and see who we have on track. I noticed we have Michael Saxton's back in behind the wheel of his beautiful little Allen Man replica Escort. There's George Sharuri out on the track in the big Sid Chrome Mustang. And regrettably George has not put the Sid Chrome name out on the side of it, but lovely to see the car out there. There goes Paul McCarthy in the replica, the Zack Speed Escort, and Dennis Running goes through in the Aztec Corn Chips RX-8 Mazda. There goes Robert Jack through in the nice Mark II Escort. And Gordon Burr's brought one of his other toys out. He, as I said earlier on, the Alfetta is being frantically worked on at the moment by his engineers down there in Matamata to get the big Alfetta out here tomorrow on track. So Gordon has brought out his Chevy engined Escort. There's Adrian Dobby goes past, and here's Gordon comes through now. And he's just trickling that one through. There's that little killer starlet of Peter Hooper, and 1500cc, and it is a very, very fast little car. So keep an eye on that one. Who else do we have out there? Let's have a look. Here we go. And as you hear, that's Paul McCarthy goes past in the lovely little Zack Speed replica Escort. Nathan Wood out there in the 4-litre 6-cylinder Ford Fairmont. Robert Jack goes past, just getting the big Escort warmed up. Some real interesting configurations out there today. We've got Robert Jack's Escort with a Mark II with a Chevy V8 in it, and That is, that's built as a track car. Then we have Gordon Burr's V8 Escort, which is a Mark 1, and here he comes across the line now. And that car is been built for Targa and hill climb, so it's a tarmac rally car. So it's a very frightening car to drive in the Targa. But then we have this car here, and that's the 1600cc twin cam Lucas fuel injected Zac Speed Escort, and that's done as a replica of the Group 1 cars I ran in Europe. And then we've got the Michael Sexton car. There's the Alan Mann or Alan Mann lookalike. Dennis Running comes past in the big RX-8. So we've got some real horsepower out on track this weekend. I haven't seen George Chiruri come around again, as he sort of he was out there. I did see him go across the line, but and I didn't see, he may have come back into the pits. I don't know. We're going to have a look and see if I can see him. Ivan Selleck comes past in the Washworld Escort. Adrian Dobie in the XU1 engined little Vauxhall Viva, or Holden Tirana as they called it in Australia. Peter Hooper threw in the tiny little Toyota Starlet. Cameron Crawford out there in the big XA Falcon Coupe. Obviously that car doesn't fit into the historic muscle car formula. So just having a look to see if we can see if George has brought the big Mustang back in. Warden around the back here, can't particularly see it. No, George isn't there with the Mustang, so he must have stopped out on track somewhere, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, just another call. Now I've got Racing Ray down here. He's getting very hot under the collar. You Ferrari people, we need you into your cars, please, and up onto the dummy grid. Otherwise, Ray's going to come and talk to you very severely. So that's all Ferrari drivers to the dummy grid, please, now. That we'll excuse Guido from that. We don't think we think he needs to go with the Formula 5. So, so all Ferrari GT cars up to the dummy grid now, please. Now, if anybody's looking for a good classic tow car, if you look up in front of the Ganley block there, you'll see parked behind the New Zealand Freighters Racing Team Ford Escort, a big Ford Fairlane, I think it's a Fairlane, with a for sale sign on it. Now, that is actually in very, very good condition. The tailgate doesn't look terribly flash, it looks a bit of surface rust on it, but the actual interior in it is lovely, and that car is for sale. So if you would like that car or something like that to tow your classic race car, that's a beautiful rig. So go and give Andy Colpin a call at RaceFX. He's got that car for sale. So it's would make a great tow car. And the tailgate in that is a very interesting thing. It opens, both folds down and hinges out. So it's just a fantastic party piece. You've got a choice of how you want to open your tailgate. So interested in having a decent classic tow car? That'll be the one you need to look at. Okay, we've now got Adrian Dobie pulls into the pits in the little Tirana. So I'm not sure whether he's had enough or whether he's got a mechanical issue, but he's pulls past us here. Okay, just an announcement, folks, that we've had a watch was found in the pits. A man's watch was found in the pits last weekend, and it is been handed in, and it is in the secretary's office. So if you'd like to go into the secretary's office and see either Melissa or the lovely Barbara, if you lost your watch last weekend. Roy Bingley goes past in the turbocharged Holden Commodore. Here comes Neil Tolich in the Capri Caprana, and Gordon Burr in the V8 Escort, followed by Paul McCarthy in the Zac Speed Escort, Peter Hooper in the Toyota Starlet. So let's have a look at some of the times that are going on out there. What's Neil Tolich doing? Neil's doing who's done a best of 1:13.7. Roy Bingley in the turbocharged Commodore's doing a 15.5 is his best. Paul McCarthy's going very well in a 1:12.2, so he's going very fast. And to give you an idea how fast that little Starlet is, Peter Hooper's doing a 1:16. That's a 1500cc car. Very fast little car. He's going to having a bit of a braking duel with Ivan Selleck at the end of the front straight. 5:67 Gordon Burr. He's done a 16.2, so he's just warming that big thing up, I think. And you got Adrian Doby, who's done a 1:15.1. Cameron Crawford in the XA Falcon. He's going pretty quick. He's done a 15. Dennis Running done a 1:13.5. Nathan Wood in the 4-litre Ford Fairmont. He's done a 1:23.3. Robert Jack hasn't really bothered putting in time. Michael Sexton, we've only seen one lap out of Michael Sexton. We haven't seen it. We've seen George Ferrari go past once, and then we haven't seen any more of him, and we haven't seen Roger Williams out on track either. Roger was going to run the ex Mercedes V8 Coupe, so we haven't seen him on circuit, which is a bit of a shame. But then Roger's probably going to be pretty busy. He's also got the McLaren M8 that he's running this weekend, and I think he's running Old Blue in the demo laps as well. So Roger's a busy guy. So the fast man on the circuit at the moment is Dennis Running on a 13.5. So let's keep an eye on Dennis, see how he goes for the rest of the day. It's Gordon Burr just trickling around there in the... in fact, Dennis has put the car away, so obviously he set his time, and that's it. He doesn't want to, doesn't need to push it any further. So he's put that away. Robert Jack is just trickling around, so... Bearing in mind that this is only their practice session, they do get a qualifying session this afternoon. It's all quiet on the circuit at the moment. They're either all over the back of the track, or, oh, here we go. Here comes Roy Bingley, comes past us now. Peter Hooper and Neil Tolich go past on the front straight. Paul McCarthy brings the beautiful little Zac Speed Escort into the pits. Absolutely gorgeous looking little car, that. And go and have a look at it. It's just absolutely beautiful. Okay, Gordon Burr comes past us one more time. Not particularly pushing the big V8 engined Escort very fast. Ivan Selleck, he's looks like he's had enough for the day, so for the morning. So he's bringing his lovely little blue Escort 2-litre Pinto engined car. That's another one out of the Bruce Mannon stable of engines. Mike Sexton has one of those in there as well. Whereas then you look at the car of so there's many different configurations of Escort out here today. Robert Jack's obviously got a Chevy in his one, and as does Gordon Burr. Then we've got the Selleck and the Sexton Escorts, and they're both running 2-litre Pinto engines. Then we have the McCarthy car, which is a 1600 BDG, and that runs a Lucas mechanical injection on that car. So there are many different configurations of Escort out here today. See John Nuttall walking around the pits there after his little skid out in the Alfa Romeo. Going very well today. So what have we got up next? Let's have a look and see what's next on the dummy grid. Okay, we have our Ferraris are going to be out there running around fairly soon, and we probably should have somebody from Ferrari here talking to us about telling us what the cars are and what they're all about, and hopefully we'll have somebody pop up fairly soon and have a chat to us. But after the Ferraris, we're going to have the Formula Junior and invited cars, so that will be good to see those guys out there, and our very own Jim Barclay from the festival, one of the festival directors. He will be out there in his car as well. So Michael Sexton will be making the change from the little Escort to his Formula Junior. So Michael getting plenty of track time, and I think Neil Tollish has also got 2 cars running as well. Possibly Paul Halford, I think, may have a car out there. So we'll have a look and see who's running in that class. Okay, we have another call for all Ferrari drivers. All Ferrari drivers, could you please go to your cars for the parade or the flying laps or whatever it is we're calling it. Please, Ferrari drivers, we need you to your cars ASAP. Otherwise you'll have the very, very angry Racing Ray Williams to answer to. Don't forget the Bruce McLaren Trust. Go down there. We've got a book offer on at the moment. Trio at the top. Go down and see Jan and the team at the Bruce McLaren Trust. They're down by the Continental Car Services Pavilion. And also don't forget Race Brakes, Platinum Wheels, ITG Filters and Formula Challenge also supporting the event today as well. Okay, Formula Junior guys and invited Formula 3. Could you guys be ready to form up on the dummy grid, please? Okay, team, we obviously, the Ferraris do not wish to... Oh, hang on, look, we've got one. We have one Ferrari. This is not going to make a very good flying lap. And that one doesn't appear to be going up onto the dummy grid. Okay, we'll have Formula Junior and Formula 3 up to the dummy grid, please. Formula Juniors and Formula 3 up to the dummy grid now, please. The Ferraris have decided they don't want to go out, so we'll get you guys up there. Formula Junior and Formula 3 to the dummy grid now, please. A little bit of delay while we're mopping up the some of the debris that's laying around the track at the moment. Be Formula 3s and Formula Juniors. Okay, it appears we do have some Ferraris there. Sorry, Formula Junior guys, we do have some Ferraris sitting around the grid there, so they are actually going to go and do their laps. So just cool your heels. Cool your heels. Okay, Formula Junior, Formula 3s. The Ferraris are going out on track now, so you guys, they've only got 6 laps, so you guys might want to tack up on the back now, please. Form up on your dummy grid. Okay, we're still just waiting for track clearance. We've unfortunately we had quite a few breakdowns in that last event, so as soon as we've got them all dragged in, we'll have the Ferraris out there for their 6 laps, and then we will have the Formula Juniors coming out. Okay, I've just had a call from the coordinator of the pre-78s sports and GTs. This morning is practice and qualifying, right? So this afternoon is a race. So this morning is practicing and qualifying. Therefore, you do need to be out there this morning if you want to get yourself a grid this afternoon. Okay, I'm just outside the Formula Junior pit here, and I've got two extremely well-known race drivers with me. One is Michael Clark, who was our compere and host last Saturday night and will begin this weekend, and also Howden Ganley. Welcome to you, Howden.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
Terrific. And I noticed you were entered in the Formula
Libra?
Formula Libra. That's it. You have Michael Clark's running his little car in the Formula Libra.
Well, we don't have a race for the Formula Fords this weekend, so we were invited to see whether we'd like to bolster up the Formula the Libra grid. I think if you're in a 110, 115 horsepower Formula Ford, we're going to feel like cannon fodder with a 8.1 litre McLaren Can-Am car coming up behind us. So it's going to be a lot about looking in your mirrors a lot for the next few days. I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm sure it is. And Howden, this must be sort of quite eye-opening for you watching the Formula Can-Am car out there with Formula Fords. You probably didn't see that sort of thing in your day.
No, it's quite a mixture, although I did race Formula Junior Germany at Goodwood with Jackie Stewart in a Tagiro with a Buick engine and same race, with a little bit the same, but not with that sort of horsepower.
Fair enough. Now, Michael, I didn't catch up with you last weekend, but in that last Formula Ford race, you just came from nowhere, and I think you were leading it for about 4 or 5 laps, and then you had a problem. What was the issue there?
Well, it's, I think you're amplifying the truth just a wee bit there. I did have something which has never happened to me before. I managed to get a front row starting position. So once I got onto the front row, I was pretty determined to be in the first corner first. I know Jim Barclay tells us to leave our ego in the toolboxes, but I had to try and beat Tony Cross off the line. After that, he got me. I did get him across the stripe, I see, on my laps, on lap 4, and then it just stopped. And it's probably electrical, but honestly, being that close to the front after having not been in a car for so long, I was quite happy. Just if I retired, so be it. I was quite happy running near the front after being away so long, so it was neat.
Okay, now that's a Crossell, so that's an Irish-built Formula Ford, isn't it?
Yes, Crosleys were. In fact, they still make them. I think it's the oldest existing car company in the world. Crosley, Mallock and Lola, in fact, all started in 1957, and Crosley still exist. They don't make Formula Fords anymore, but they certainly can go and buy a replica sports car and have your Crosley maintained there. So, yep, that's one of the aims one day is to go to visit them in Hollywood in Belfast.
Fair enough. There you go. So, and if it was an electrical problem and it's an Irish-built car, it probably had a Lucas electrical system in it. So, now, Howard, you're here. Howden. My apologies, mate. Howden, you're going to be here as our guest next year, and the festival's going to be about you celebrating yourself in Formula 5000. You're looking forward to that, no doubt?
Yeah, absolutely. I've never been honoured with a festival of my own before, so it's something new for me. I'm extremely flattered that they've done one for me.
Any chance of us seeing you possibly maybe doing a couple of laps?
Well, yeah, I hope I have my Lotus 11, which I bought back some years ago. We can get that out here, and I hope to bring one of the Tiger Formula Atlantic cars out. So that's at least two, and Jim's going to try and get some other cars that I drove. So with a bit of luck, I might be overwhelmed by the number of cars I have to drive.
Fair enough, and that'll be something well worth seeing. And will you be actually racing any of them, or just doing demos?
Oh no, I'm too old, too blind and too fat to be racing. I just drive around slowly.
That's why I'm now holding a microphone. So, hey, thanks for talking to us, Howard. Thanks for talking to us, Michael. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Cheers. Okay, guys, it's so we've got the Ferraris out there running around in circles now, and then we're going to have the Formula Juniors, so they're going to be up next. And then after that, we have the I'll just better check my program just to make sure that I'm not wrong. I think we had the pre-78s. Yes, after the Formula Junior and Formula 3, we're going to have the pre-78s. Then we're going to have our lunchtime break, which will be the Ferrari F1 demo, followed by the Ferrari Pursuit, and then the significant Ferraris. Okay, that was the Ferrari parade laps are over. So we're now going to have our... Oh no, they're not. They're still going around. I do apologise. Just seen a whole pile of them driving the pits here. Then we will have our Formula Juniors out there. So on track today, we're going to have our festival director, Jim Barclay, and his Gemini Mark III, and he's in the Group 2, so let's just break these up into groups. We have the Formula Junior front-engined, then we have the Formula Junior rear-engined with drum brakes, then we have the Formula Junior rear-engined with disc brakes. So there's three distinct groups out there. Just talking to Noel Woodford there, and he's in the X-Works Gemini Mark III. Now that car was driven by Mike Parks back at Crystal Palace in the day, so therefore that is a very historic car with a link to the Ferrari Festival, because as you will probably know, Mike Parks was a Ferrari Formula 1 driver at the time that Chris Amon was in the team. So, okay, we now have a call for all pre-78 Sports and GTs, pre-78 Sports and GTs. You need to be up to the dummy grid now, please. And this will be your practice and qualifying session. So it's practice and qualifying. Just a reminder to everybody, if you are wearing open footwear, you are not allowed into pit lane. So you can walk around the paddock okay, but please do not go into pit lane. That's not a good sight. We've just seen the Ferrari Mustang come in with the right front wheel smash back into the guard, so I don't think we're going to be seeing that for the rest of the weekend. That is a great shame, because we were definitely looking forward to seeing that out on track with the Alfetta and the Addis Charger. Okay, I just had the update from Paul McCarthy that he's not driving the little Lotus 47 today. It's actually going to be Jason Leifting. So Jason's going to be out there. So as we're all aware, Jason's a very, very accomplished race driver. So we expect to see, not that Paul is very accomplished himself, but Jace is probably just a little bit more, so we should we say, track fit. So expect to see some great things from the little Lotus 47 today, as he's going to be taking on Michael and Frank Lyons in the 308 GTB, and I hope we're going to see Tony Roberts out there this weekend in the big Corvette. I'm pretty sure we will. So there we see the very sad side of the George Ferrari's ex-Sidchrome, Jim Ritz Sidchrome Mustang coming back on the back of a flat deck with right front broken suspension. Of course, it's very sad to see. So here comes Gordon Burr up to the dummy grid in the 308 GT4 LM. Okay, all pre-78 sports and GTs, you need to be on the dummy grid for your qualifying session. Okay, so we have our Formula Juniors on track at this point in time, and we'll have a look and see who's doing what. I noticed the Chris Atkinson car number 61, the little Lotus, still sitting in the garage here. Now I know Chris is here because I've seen him walking around, so just wondering whether he's had some sort of challenge with that car or not. Okay, we had a red flag on that session there, so unfortunately I don't know what caused it because I don't have a radio and I'm not in touch with race control, but so they're back out there again, which is good, all's good, so let's have a look and see who we've got on track. Okay, I've just had an update there on what caused the red flag. That was unfortunately Walter Finley in the little Elva 100 DKW Formula Junior. Spun the car at, in the infield hairpin and flooded it. So he was stuck in the middle of the track and it took him a little while to get him going. Once the red flagged it, he then managed to get it fired up. So there we go. So our juniors are back out there and have our sports and GTs. And we're going to see the lovely Aston Martin Zagato of John Dennehy. That's going to be out there in the sports and GTs. And we've also got The big Jag XJS is going to be out there as well. And we've got Ashley Stitchbury, not Ashley Stitchbury, sorry, Jason Leifting driving the little Lotus 47. So, and there's the great those walking through the pits. Morning, Lyle. Good to see you. So, okay, I think we've got about 3 minutes left to run on this session. And if I can get my monitor up and going, I'll tell you who's doing what out there. Okay, we've got Noel Woodford in the Mike Parks Formula 3, and he's doing 118s out there. Peter Bowl in the Lotus 123. Paul Halford 123.4. Jim Barkley on a 125.2. Roger Herrick on a 123.5. Let's have a look and see where. Michael Sexton 131. Holmes on a 139. John Holmes has just driven past us now, so I think John might have a little bit of an issue with the car. So he's normally much quicker than that. So the fastest on the circuit at the moment appears to be Noel Woodford in the Mike Parks Formula Junior. So next up will be the Pre-78 Sports and GTs. And we're going to see some fireworks on that one. John Dennett, he was just telling me he's found the push to pass button on the Aston Martin. Turn the air conditioning off. So We now have a checkered flag on the Formula Juniors, and we will have the Sports and GTs out next. Okay, just okay, just a bit of a notice. Feeling a tad. If you're feeling a tad hungry, so Rev. These directional microphones do not work when you're around the back. Okay, if you're feeling a tad hungry, the cafe is open in Hamptons. There's a big sign up says bar, and I don't think they're serving drinks at the moment, but they've got some very nice food down there. So the cafe is open in Hamptons. Please, if you are feeling a tad, hop down there and order yourself something for lunch. I might hand the microphone over to Racing Ray for a little while and I'll go and have some lunch. So now we're going to have the Sports and GTs, pre-78 Sports and GTs out on track. And some real marks of the Sports and GT world out there. We've got Porsche, we've got Aston Martin, we've got Jaguar, we've got Ferrari, we have Lotus, Malak. So fantastic brands out there. I think we've got 3 Ferraris in this ride. No, actually I haven't seen. Oh yes, I think John Honore is here. And we have Morgan out there as well. So we've got some real beautiful cars out there and some great names from Sports and GT racing from the past. Now, I haven't seen whether Tony Roberts went out in the Corvette or not, but we're hoping that he did. Sports car race would not be something without Tony Roberts in the big Chevy Corvette. So we're going to see him soon. So first up, we've got Zach Lawrence in the 635 CSI BMW. How that fits into a sports and GT race, I don't know. Gordon Burr, Grant Kern. Yes, Tony Roberts is out there, and John Honoré is out there as well. We've got either Frank or Michael Lyons. Well, let me look down pit row and see which one of the Lyons is leaning over the fence, and see, that'll give me an idea who's in the car. Oh, that I would look for the helmet next time round. Okay, so we've also got out there, hang on, we've got a Triumph TR8. Who's this coming past? There goes Arthur Vowles. Jason Leifting goes through in the car number 47. It appears we do not have a transponder in the Triumph TR8 that is out on track at this point in time. But we'll keep an eye out for it anyway. So Derek Atkinson's definitely out there. Chris Barron-Durrett and the Porsche 944S, Arthur Vowles. And then we have Jason Leifting and Stephen Rasmussen out there. Here comes Zach Lawrence across the line. Grant Kern flashes past us, followed by Gordon Burr, and then we have Derek Atkinson through next. Then it was Kerry Chatterton, followed by John Honoré, and the Jason Leifting goes past us in the Lotus 47. So I keep an eye out and I'll see if I can pick out who is driving the Lyons Ferrari. Here comes Alan Service across in the Malik U2 McRae. John Munro, no, it's not John Munro. Derek Moore in the. Oh, that's a shame. We have John Dennehy pulling the Aston Martin without completing a lap. That's a real shame. So. Here comes the Lyons Ferrari. Let's have a look, see who's driving it. Yes, it is Michael Young. Judging by the crash helmet, it is Uncle Michael Lyons behind the wheel. And our race monitor has gone offline, so I can't give you any lap times at all. But here comes young Leifting through in the Lotus 47, he's going quick. So we need to just keep an eye out. It's going to be the battle this weekend is going to be between young Michael Lyons and Jason Leifting in the Lotus. It was last weekend, young Michael Lyons was having a fantastic scrap with Paul McCarthy. So it's Arthur Vowles crosses the line on a beautiful little Alpha. Our race monitor is off, so we're not getting any results. There goes Frank Kyle goes through in the Austin Healey 3000, followed by Michael Rasmussen in the 944. Tony Roberts goes past us in the big Chevy Corvette, followed by Derek Atkinson in the Morgan. And here comes Michael Lyons, is just driving past me in pit lane now. So he's coming in, and I think we're going to see no, they're saying cut the engine. I thought we were going to see a driver change between him and Dad, but it didn't run in the second race on Sunday afternoon, so last Sunday afternoon. So they may have had an issue with it, and they're just keeping an eye on it, I would guess. So yes, they're opening the boot lid where the engine's hidden, obviously in the back, so they go in there to have a look. Right, so back to the action on track. Sorry, still can't give you any times but there's a great scrap going on here between Steve Rasmussen and Arthur Vowles in the Porsche 964 GT and the little Alpha respectively. Derek Moore goes past in the big XJS V12. Our mystery TR8. Do not know who's driving that. It's not. We don't have a lap time on it. A number on it. Tony Roberts comes through, and we have a little bit of a real estate dispute between Zach Lawrence and Derek Atkinson going into turn 1. Grant Kern comes across the line in the MGB V8, and Grant blew a clutch last week. And it tells me that it's the clutch plate out of a Daihatsu truck, which is quite interesting. So Kerry Chatterton goes across the line in the black 911S. Chris Barrington in the 944S. Still don't have any lap times coming through on our monitor. Terrific. Now we have some lap times I can give you. Okay, Derek Atkinson's done a best of a 1:13.7, Zach Lawrence on a 1:18.2, and Grant Kern on a 1:17.3. Jason Leifting a 1:11.1, and John Honoré a 1:17.5. He did that on his last lap. Gordon Byrne a 1:19.6, Chris Barrington and a 1:17.3, Kerry Chatterton on a 1:20. Steve Rasmussen on 1:19.1, Arthur Vowles on 1:21.4. Derek Moore in the big XJS V12 has done, on his last lap, his best one was a 1:20.267. Michael Rasmussen 1:22, Brian Parks. Brian is not sure what Brian, oh that's Brian Parks. That's the Triumph TR8. 1:30. Tony Roberts 1:15.01. Alan Service on a 125.03, and Michael Lyons on a 112.5, and John Dennehy did not record a time. He's sitting out the back here with the bonnet up on the beautiful big Aston Martin Zagato, and so hopefully he'll get those issues cured. And I see John Honoré and Jason Lifting pulling into the pits now, and past us we have got Frank Kyle goes past in the Austin Healey 3000s. Gordon Burr is Gordon Burr. I think Gordon's actually pulled off the track as well, so I think Gordon put that away, and he did a 119. Derek Atkinson going through in a 113.7. Derek's one of the fast guys out there. Let's see what Derek Moore's just done in the Jag. He was just done a 121. So Zach Lawrence is a sucker of a punishment this weekend. He was running in the BMW Open last weekend, as well as the historic touring cars, and this weekend he's doing historic touring cars and sports and GT. So the advantage of having a BMW 635. Not sure how it qualifies as a GT, but still. Okay, so then we've got let's see where our Corvette man is. We'll see Tony Roberts, and I think he may have put it away as well. I haven't seen him out there for a little while, but he's done a 15 dead. So track times are a little bit slower than they were this time last weekend. The track was, I think, a bit warmer here last weekend, and so I think the times are definitely showing up as being a bit slower. There goes John Dennehy out again in the Zagato, and if you get an opportunity to go and see this car today or over the weekend, go and have a look at it. It is absolutely stunning, and when he opens the bonnet, your jaw's going to drop, because it's a quad cam 5.7 litre V8 fuel injected. It's just an amazing looking engine, and looks beautiful too. And John certainly, and that car, it's one of only two made. So that one's John's one, and that's actually a works car. I say there were two made. There were only two works race cars made. Well, that's one of them. The other one is owned, or was owned, by Rowan Atkinson. So lovely car, certainly worth looking at. Gordon Burr puts the GT4 LM into the pits. So Gordon's decided he's had enough for this session as well. So this is qualifying. So to date we would have Jason Lifting sitting on pole, and I think would be Michael Lyons alongside him. Let's have a look at Michael's time. Michael did a 112.5 here. So Michael will be sitting alongside Jason Lifting on pole position. And I think that we're then going to probably have, I think it would be Tony Roberts or Derek Atkinson. Derek Atkinson did a 113.7, so Derek would probably be the next one on the grid. And then I think we'll look back to Tony Roberts then, who was a 115 dead. So yeah, I think your front two rows is going to be Lifting, Lyons, Atkinson and Roberts. So it's Lotus, Ferrari, Morgan and Chevrolet. Okay, next up we are going to have our Ferrari F1 demonstration. So that will be, I don't think the V12 is running today. I think they're only going to run it tomorrow and Sunday. But we will have the two 156/85 cars, the V6 turbos, will be out there. And then that will be followed by the Ferrari Pursuit. Now that's going to be, and I think it's going to be Paul Halford. I'm not sure, I haven't seen Paul. But I think it's going to be Paul Halford in the 288 GTO. And then we'll have the 458 Challenge out there. And then we will have the Formula One car. So it'll be over 2 laps and it'll be standing start. The GTO will go away first, then followed by the 458 Challenge. And then there will be the Formula One car. So I think there's about, we worked last week, we worked on 20-second gaps and it still all ended up a bit convoluted. So I think we're going to, this time we're going to make it all 30-second gaps. Not sure, I need to talk to Jim Barkley about that. I haven't seen Jim, he was in the garage but he's no longer here. So no doubt he'll give me the update when I see him. So yeah, so there we go. We're going to have the Formula Ones out there next, and then we will have the Challenge, and then we'll have significant Ferraris on the track. Now, for those of you that are sitting up there in the grandstand, if you haven't brought your lunch with you and you would like something really nice to eat, there is the cafe is open in the Hamptons Conference Centre. You just come through under the bridge, which under the front straight here, and then over to the big building over the back. That's Hamptons, and they have got some fantastic food in there. They've got you can get chips, and I think hot dogs, but they also have some really lovely sandwiches and other paninis, and I think cakes. And I think if you even want a drink, you are able to buy a drink there, an alcoholic beverage, but you have to drink that on site. You can't go anywhere with that. Okay, so race time at this time is 11:57, and we're just waiting for the Ferrari Challenge to come out. Sorry, the Ferrari Formula Ones to come out. And they were spectacular last weekend. Okay, folks, we're now waiting for the Formula Ones to come out, and we will have those will be followed by the Formula One of the Ferrari Challenge, and then we will have significant Ferraris on track for the lunchtime break, and then we'll be back into the afternoon session, which will be racing. So first up, we were going to have Guido Belgianonetis out in the beautiful number 27, and that's the Michele Alberto car that won the Canadian Grand Prix in 1985. And then he will be followed out by Richard Clark, who will be driving the 28 car, which was the Stefan Johansson car. So we will see those on circuit fairly soon. And as you can appreciate, they take a little bit of warming up. You can't just hop into a Ferrari Formula One car and go fanging off around the circuit like you can in a Formula Ford or something. So they do take a little bit of warming up, but we're not talking about just the engine. You got to warm the oils up, the brakes up. Everything has to be just at the right temperature. The tyres and everything else, because they're certainly not a easy car to drive. So we'll be seeing them out on track soon, and then we'll be followed by the 458 Challenge and the 288 GTO Ferrari will be out there on circuit at the same time as the Guido in the F1 car, and they will be doing a 2-lap standing lap challenge. The 288 GTO will be away first, followed by the 458 Challenge, and the Formula One car will be the last away. Okay, so after the lunch break will be our first race of the day, will be BMW E30. So you need to be up on the dummy grid, and not right now, but you do need to be thinking about getting yourselves organised to move up to the dummy grid as soon as you are called, please. And that will be followed by the Heritage Touring cars, Historic Formula Libre, and historic muscle cars, muscle and saloon cars. Then the Formula 5000 and the Formula One. Then we'll have demonstrations again, which will be the Ferraris will be roaring around there for 6 laps. And then they will be followed, sorry, no, they won't. Demonstrations is, I'm not sure who we have for demonstrations today. It's not in my program anywhere who we've got. Page 17. So if you've got a program, go to page 17. It says page 47 in your program, but regrettably the printer's got it wrong, and it's page 17, not page 47. So who will we see out there? Okay, we will have, we should have car number 75, which is Roger Williams, and he'll be driving the Greenwood Corvette, which is old blue as they call it, and that's look at the size of the engine in that thing, 8,845 cc's. And then we have a replica of the Gigan 1965 Mustang, that's run by Wayne Hills. And then we've got a Mustang Trans Am Coupe, blue one, that's out there by Mike Rawlinson. Then we have another 1966 Mustang Trans Am that's going to be run out there by Mike Duffy. Brian Ennis will be out there, or the ex-Brian Ennis, sorry, and it's a 1964 Mini Cooper S. The ex-Jeff Gordon DuPont 1998 Chevy Monte Carlo will be out there as well. And then they will have ex-Mark Martin US Army 2006 Chevy Monte Carlo NASCAR. So that will be the cars that we're having running on the demo laps, or the afternoon demonstrations. So they will be up at around about 3 o'clock. Then at 3:15 we will have the pre-85 all-comers saloons and sports sedans. And then we will have the Ferrari parade, followed by the Formula Junior Formula 3. And then the final race of the day will be the pre-78 Sports and GTs. So that's our program for the day. The weather is certainly cooler this weekend than it was last weekend, which in some ways is a bit of a blessing, but that has had an effect on the track times, whereas our lap times are definitely down this weekend on what they were last weekend, so the track is definitely not coming to us as it was. Okay, it appears we're going to have not far away from having the F1 cars out there. So I'm sure that you will hear when they fire up. The V6s are, these are the 1500cc V6s, and of course in qualifying trim they were producing some 1100 horsepower, which is a huge amount of horsepower, but that would be they ran different engines. I believe from Guido tells me last weekend that the number 27 car that he is driving actually does have a qualifying engine in it, but obviously it's tuned right down, so it's probably only producing somewhere around about 600 or 700 horsepower. When I say only, that's you consider that's out of a 1500cc V6 engine. That's quite phenomenal, really. And so we'll see those two cars out there fairly soon. And okay, here we go now. We have number 27 out first, so that's Guido Belgiano Nettis, and he's followed out by Richard Clark. And this is these are the team cars from 1985. One driven by the car that Guido's driving. It was the car that was driven by Michele Alboreto, and Guido was saying he had a very lovely card from Michele, telling him to look after the car and love the car. So he was very thrilled for that. Then of course the other car is the Stefan Johansson car. So, but the car that Guido's driving won the Canadian Grand Prix in 1985, and that car is certainly a very, very valuable motor car. And Guido tells us there was another one. They built 9 of these chassis. They only built 10 engines apparently, and they built 9 chassis. And they were so you can hear the track now. Let's see if we can get some lap times on them to see what they're doing. We're looking to the that's Richard Clark across the line first. And then Guido Belgiano Nettis comes through next. We'll try and get some times on them, see what they're doing. Just waiting for the timing system to pick it up. Knowing my luck, we won't have a time on it, but anyway, we wait to see them come past the pits now. They're over at the back of the track at this point in time. If we wander down pit lane, we might be able to see them coming up. They are certainly quite a sight to see. If you've never seen Formula One cars before, these are quite stunning pieces of machinery. And when you see the V12 Saturday and Sunday, that is quite special as well. Richard Clark flashes across the line, and I don't have a time on him yet, but no doubt we will have one fairly soon. The 458 challenge is lining up to go out onto pit lane now. Guido Belgiano Nettis goes across the start-finish line. I'm trying desperately to get some lap forward. As the 458 rumbles slowly down to pit lane, we'll see him out there soon. I don't know what we are using for the other car for the challenge, but okay, that's as one of the Ferraris flashes across the start-finish line. The other one is just going through Metal Man Corner now. We're just trying to pick up who's in which car. As I think the one coming up the hill now is Guido Belgiano. Yes, it is. As Guido Belgiano Nettis flashes across the start-finish line in the number 27 car. We look down the track, and here we see Richard Clark coming through the infield hairpin in the 28 car. And as he lights the wick up, look at the speed of that thing as it disappears up the short straight. Now, bearing in mind, they're only doing demo laps for these cars. They aren't actually at full race speed in them. And Guido was out there last weekend in the number 27 car, and here we were running in the Formula 5000 race this weekend. And but as he has said, he's not prepared to. He doesn't want to get involved in the fight amongst all the top guys in the Formula 5000. So he's just going to run around midfield and just enjoy himself and just let you all enjoy watching a Formula One Ferrari racing on New Zealand soil. And we've only ever had Formula One cars race here. Back in the 50s, there were some brought out from Europe, and they were generally converted to Tasman, what we call the Tasman series, and they were converted to 2.5 litre from the 3 litres that they used to be. So, and then in addition to that, we did have a Formula One race of sorts at the first festival back in the mid 2000s when. We had the 2 McLarens here, the one that Frank Lyons brought out from the UK, which was the ex-James Hunt car. And we had Phil Major here with the ex-Danny Holm car, 1973 South African Grand Prix car. So that was the first time we had Formula One's racing, officially racing on New Zealand soil. So that was some years ago, and of course now we have these beautiful Ferraris out here now, but only one of them will actually be racing this weekend. Guido Belgiano Nettis flies past us on the start-finish straight. And we look further back down the field and we'll see Richard Clark coming through next. Yes, he's just coming up the hill now, and Richard was last weekend was the first time Richard turned a wheel in this car, so he was understandably quite nervous. And I can see Rodney walking around talking to his drivers on his headset. As Richard comes screaming up the hill now, we'll certainly quite a special noise as it goes past us. As Guido goes through the Metal Man sweeper and climbs up the hill. He's now starting to get reasonably quick in that car. We'll see, soon we'll see the checkered flag out on this, and then we will have the 458 challenge. Will be going out next. And in fact, he's just going on track now to, yes, so they're going to put the checkered flag out now on the Ferrari Formula 1 car. So Richard Clark will bring his car back into pit lane and back into the tender care of Rodney, who's going to look after it for him. And then Guido will just cool his 156 down as he just goes around to get ready for the challenge. So Tim's out warming up the 458 now, getting the brakes all warmed up on it, and then they will bring that car in. They will bring that car around on the start-finish line. I'll just say a word, see what's happening. Okay, so here's Tim O'Connor in the 458 challenge going around now, and he's going to get round for a couple of laps and warm up. Then while Guido is cooling down the Formula 1 car, and what will happen is we're only going to have the two cars today, but tomorrow we are hoping to have a Fiat 500, and we'll have a Fiat 500 on the start-finish line alongside the 458 challenge, and then the Formula 1 car. And what will happen is we'll send the 500 away first. That'll probably get about a minute's head start. Then we'll send the challenge off, and then about another 30 to 40 seconds after that we will send the Formula 1 car off, and they'll do a fly. So I think what we're going to do today is it's going to be a 2-lap standing start, and the challenge is going to be just between the 458 and the F1 car today. So we've only got 2 cars on track today. But we're hoping to locate a Fiat 500 for tomorrow, and if we can't, then Paul Halford so kindly offered to run one of his cars and is in the challenge there. Okay, we're just looking to see if we get the two of them together. Okay, so we've now got Timmon's just got the red flag on the 458, so we'll round to the start line, and then the F1 car will come around, and then we will set them off. It's going to be a 2-lap sprint, and technically the two of them should finish together, so we're just waiting to see. So here's Guido now. He's just gently idling down to the start-finish line. and we're going to wait for, we don't want him sitting there too long, so we need Tim to get up here fairly quick, because that Ferrari obviously does not have fans in it. So as we wait for them to come up now, I can hear Tim's heading down into, yes, he's just disappearing around Metal Man Sweeper now, so he should be up here fairly soon. So he's coming up the hill now. He's only about 10-15 seconds away, so hopefully we can get that away fairly quickly. We don't want Guido sitting there too long. Here he comes. Yeah, he's about ready to grid up on the start-finish line. So I mean, this 458 is very special in itself, but when you see the okay, so he's going to have to sit there for. So the challenge is away. Now I think it's about some 20 seconds or 25 seconds afterwards, we're going to have the F1 car take off, and it's going to be over 2 laps. So it's one standing, one flying, and technically they should finish at the same time. Rodney's sitting here leaning through the wall looking a little bit concerned, and I can't say I blame him. Now here he goes there. Yes, just trying to get the Ferrari to bite off the line there. It's been sitting there a little while. The clutch is probably getting a little bit overheated. So anyway, he's now off. So we just wait to see where Tim O'Connor is. He should be coming up around across the top of the hill fairly soon. Yes, we can see him now. He's just coming out of the infield hairpin as Guido will be over the back of the track. Right, there's the 458 going through the Metalman corner as Guido comes through the Pepsi Max hairpin. So I will give you the position of where the 458 is. As the 458 is now going, flashes across the start-finish line, Guido Belgiano Nettis enters into Metalman Sweeper. So he will be on full screen as he comes up the hill this time. So this, folks, is a Ferrari F1 car in full anger. Listen to the sound of that thing as it flashes across the start-finish line. So he's now just gone across the start-finish line. We're looking to see where the 458 is. It's not in sight just yet. So he's now coming out of Pepsi Max hairpin as the F1 car disappears down through Hamilton Ashfelt's corner over on the back of the track. The 458 is heading up in towards Metalman Sweeper now as he's halfway down the front straight. I don't think the F1 car is going to catch him. No, I don't think there's much chance of it actually, because the 458 is now going through Metalman as the F1 car is disappearing. He goes into Metalman as the 458 challenge comes out of Metalman. So it will be fairly close as they come across the start-finish line, but I think you're going to find that the 458 is going to nail this. Yeah, he's backing it off a little bit as he comes across the start. Well, we've had 3 goes at this so far, so yes. So there you go. So I think that was the get the checkered flag on it that time. Can't see. Okay, I have a call from Racing Ray Williams to the significant Ferraris, all the significant Ferrari and significant drivers. Could you come and see the significant Racing Ray Williams, please, at the dummy grid? So all significant Ferraris to meet Racing Ray Williams at the dummy grid, please. So we'll try and... Are these guys still playing? Are these guys still in anger, or are they just playing around here? Yeah, no. Okay, so we'll try and get a word. We'll try and get a word with them both as they come into the pits. Right, as they come up the hill now. It'll probably be easier to get a chat with Tim first, and then we'll have a word with Guido afterwards. Here comes the F1 car into the pit lane now. And we'll just wait for Tim to come through and have a quick word with Tim, and then we'll have a word with Guido just afterwards. Oh, I don't know if we can get this. At the moment I put the mic in the car, I think we might not be able to pick it up. So just give us a quick rundown from your point of view, Tim.
Pretty amazing, racing an F1 car.
And you beat him.
We need to just refine the timing, that's all. Just a little bit more.
We've had 4 goes at this, so we might get it right by tomorrow
I
afternoon.
think we should have it. 20 seconds, is it?
That's cool. All right, okay. About to give somebody a hot lap, so I'm going to have a quick word with Guido. Thanks, Tim. Okay, folks, I have the driver of the F1 car with me, Guido Belgiano Nettis. Did I get it right that time?
Yeah, pretty good, not far away.
He was giving me lessons on how to say it last Saturday night. So, yeah, it was just talking. Said we're hopefully we're going to get it right by the end of the afternoon.
Well, if I didn't select third instead of first, I would have got him.
Oh dear, that's a bit of a worry. I thought he jived off the line there. That was a bit of a. I thought you were just trying to be gentle with it.
No, I just couldn't get it away, so it was a bit silly. But next time I'll get him. I think that the actual gap is right. We just didn't quite line up the start for me.
Fair enough. So you've been here for the week. What have you been doing with your week, Guido?
Oh, well, look, firstly, last weekend it was fabulous here at Hampton Downs. I enjoyed it thoroughly with the 5,000 guys and everybody else, but I've spent the rest of the week just exploring the North Island. Went out to Waitangi, went across to Russell, went all the way to the West Coast and came back again. I did a big loop.
It's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful part of the country up there.
Oh, it's fabulous, and what a wonderful country, and how lucky you guys are to live here.
Thank you very much, and how to have you here, bring those 2 beautiful cars over here to New Zealand to show us what they are.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Guido, and we'll talk to you over the rest of the weekend.
No problem. Okay.
Okay, that's it. We now are going to have the significant Ferraris out on the circuit, and they will be running around for several laps, and then we're going to have the first of our races for the afternoon, and that will be the BMW E30s. So you guys need to be thinking about the dummy grid, BMW E30. Could you please start heading up to the dummy grid if you're there? I notice how keen you are to get underway. Okay, just another announcement that Hampton's Cafe is open. So if you're looking for food, Hampton's Cafe is open. A nice alcoholic beverage for your lunch, as long as you don't take it out of Hampton's compound. But they do some beautiful food over there. They have got chips, they have got hot dogs, but they've got fantastic sandwiches and paninis. So head over to Hampton's, and if you want something to eat. Meanwhile, we have the significant Ferraris out on track, and hopefully I can find somebody who's going to come and talk to me about them and tell me what they are and who's driving what and what sort of cars they are. So if somebody from Ferrari, from the Ferrari Club, if you'd like us to talk about your cars that you have on track, could you please come down and see me? I'm standing between the two pit buildings behind the timing hut. Otherwise I can't talk about them. Okay, so while we have a little bit of quiet, we have the Ferrari, significant Ferraris out on circuit, and we don't have anybody here from Ferrari at the moment to talk to us about them, so just enjoy watching the lovely cars drive around. Okay, I now have another call for all BMW E30s. BMW E30s, would you please come to the dummy grid? All BMW E30s to the dummy grid. As soon as the Ferraris are finished, you guys are on track. So I can only see about 1, 2. There are only 2 on the dummy grid at this point in time. I know there's more of you in the race. So could you please get up to the dummy grid now? Thank you. Okay, so that's the checkered flag on the significant Ferrari lap. So we will now be having the E30s out on track. All 2 of them. So this is another call for BMW E30s to the dummy grid, please, now. So they're out on circuit at the moment. You can see the 2, 4, 5, 8 challenges going around together. One being Tim O'Connor's circuit car that he bought out of the UK, and here's Frank Lyons goes past in the 308 Challenge Cup car. Test. Okay, we've got a challenge to commentate on this race because I'm actually at the end of pit road and I'm almost out of range of the mic, but it's the only way I can see the track at the moment. So currently on circuit we have the 2, 4, 5, 8 challenges, and Frank Lyons out there in the 308 challenge. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about that car. That is actually one of the 40 cars that was built for the Ferrari 308 Cup. Unlike the 308s that you see here of John Honoris and co, that one has a carbon fibre body on it. So it's a very, very light car. And the original Frank picked this car up last year from the previous owner who drove the car in the 1980s and won the series. And those cars, because they were all identical cars, they all ran on a weight balance to equal out the performance. And when they got that car, it had so much weight bolted into it they couldn't get any more inside the car, so bolting big steel plates underneath the car, underneath the seats. So it was very, very heavy, and they took 200 or 300 kilos out of it. They've added in weight, and that's how fast it was. So, and it's just the driver was a very, very good driver, and the car was very well prepared. So because they were all built identical out of the factory. The Lions picked this car up because it was the Ferrari Festival. They decided they would bring it out here with their 3 Formula 5000 cars. Okay, I've just had an announcement from Clark of the course that we're now running the meeting 15 minutes in front. So we're 15 minutes in front. So if you guys have been sort of planning on having a nice long leisurely lunch and one thing or another, forget it, because you brought it forward by 15 minutes. So that means all the 30s up on the dummy grid now, please, and then the cars that will be the historic touring cars will be the next ones up. And you will need to be getting ready for as soon as the 30s are out on the grid. Okay, so we have BMW E30 up next. Then we will have the Heritage Touring cars, followed by the historic Formula Libra, and then the historic Muscle and Saloon cars. Then in Formula 5000 will be another practice session. So the next three are actually races. Okay, I've just had the word given to me about the dinner tomorrow night. It's $30 a ticket, and it is an Italian buffet. So in the Ferrari theme, we're having an Italian buffet for dinner tomorrow night, $30 a ticket. Go and see Barbara or Melissa in the secretary's hut, or office I should say. They're not huts. So go and see Barbara or Melissa, and at $30 a ticket. We had a fabulous night last Saturday night, and we'll have an auction again. We auctioned off a painting last week. We're going to be auctioning it off again this week. So Sorry, we auctioned off the painting of the Ferrari 15685 that you've seen Guido Belgiano Nettis out there driving. And to this week, it is going to be the 412T, which is the V12 car, the other car. Now, these are done by Don Clark, and a very well-known motorsport artist. And they're beautiful, beautiful paintings. So, do come along. And even if you... don't want to bid on the painting, at least do come along for the dinner at $30 a head. We had entertainment last week, and we had Michael Clark was interviewed Chris Amon and Guido Belgiano. No, he didn't interview Guido. He interviewed Chris Amon, Graham Lawrence, Andy Buchanan, and the other names completely slipped me, never mind. Oh, I'm sure I'll remember later. It's called old age. Okay, so we are not too far away from having the E30s out on track. So let's have a look and see who's going to be the hot shoe out there today. I watched these guys down at at Taupo a couple of weeks ago, and I think the guy to keep an eye on is going to be John Thompson. He was very, very quick, and he was basically a second lap quicker than just about everybody else. Gerald Favre out there was very fast as well. Gerald's very quick. And then we've also got I've lost him off the program. Reed Hunter. Reed was very quick as well. So we'll just keep an eye on those guys this weekend, and they'll be the ones to watch. But I'm picking John Thompson's going to be the man everybody's going to be chasing. So let's keep an eye out for him. Okay, we're not too far away from race start by the looks of things. Okay, here we go with the race 1 of the weekend, and this is the BMW E30s. So we'll see if we can give you a grid. On pole, it looks like it is going to be, well, surprise, surprise, John Thompson. And I knew he would end up there. And right alongside his nemesis, the other real fast guy, Marty Irvine. So these two guys were the real quick guys down at Taupo. The roles were slightly reversed around there. Marty was on pole and John was second off. So who have we got up next on the grid? We've got Greg Palandine and Gerald Farver sitting in position 4. Then we've got Anthony Munns out of 5 and Greg Winkelson out of 6. Then we've got Reed Hunter out of number 7 and Rowe out of 8. Further back, and we're just waiting for, okay, we have all lights on now, and we have a start, and it was definitely Thompson got a better start. Gerald Farver's tried to go up between the two of them as they all disappear down to turn 1. I will go out of my sight for a little while and they won't come back in until we get back over to Pepsi Max hairpins. So I'll just wander down and we can see them come up from there. And then we can pick up who's who. See the 458 Challenge safety car sitting down there at Metal Man. He'll get clearance. He's away. He's now been told the track is all clear, so they are off. And as expected, the fight is definitely on between Thompson and Irvine, as it was at Taupo. These guys are about a second a lap quicker than everybody else, and don't ask me why. The cars have been checked out. They're totally kosher, and neither of the guys can explain that themselves. They just said maybe they're just driving the wheels off them. So, and they're carrying a lot of extra weight because that's how they penalise them in this class for success. They call it success ballast. The better you get, the more weight they put in the car. So across the start line they come, and here they come. It's Irvine going to go for a pass on Thompson down into turn 1, but Thompson's going to hold him out. Looks like Paladine is sitting through in 3rd place, and Farver is up in 2nd. So just waiting for our monitor to sort itself out. This has, according to me, has Reed Harker in 2nd position and Marty Irvine in 3rd. So unless somebody's using Reed Harker's transponder, because I counted him back in about 5th place at that point in time. So we just keep an eye down on the Pepsi Max corner again, and they should come back into sight fairly soon. And it's still John Thompson in the lead. And yes, Irvine is 3rd. Paladine is in 3rd. Farver's sitting in 4th. Who's that back in? Oh, Farver's made a big bit up the inside of Paladine, and he's made it stick too. Nice bit of driving by Gerald Farver there. Pushes Paladin wide. Paladin's fighting back though. They're side by side, but look at the battle of the front between Thompson and Irvine. Irvine's trying to go around the outside of Thompson. He's trying to force Thompson into being tight exit and giving himself faster exits. It's going to be a drag race up the hill. As soon as they come back into sight, we'll know who's won that one. And I'm pretty much picking it's going to be John Thompson. And it is, and he's opened up a bit of a gap on Marty Irvine. Gerald Farver in 3rd place there. Mickelson through next. And Clint Scott now up into 5th place. Reed Harker back in 6th. Anthony Munns sitting back there in 7th. John Paladine sitting in 8th. So there's a bit of a shuffle around there. So still John Thompson leads from Marty Irvine. These guys are going to pull away because they are significantly faster than the rest of the field. Don't know why, The cars have been thoroughly checked over and there is nothing wrong with them. In fact, they're actually both carrying extra weight ballast. So they'll pick up some more. This weekend is not a points round, so they're not going to worry about it. Okay, so if we look at the front, it's Thompson from Irvine, the big gap back to Farver, and it looks like Paladine in 4th spot, but not according to our meters. And then Mickelson is sitting in 5th. Clint Scott looks like he's in 7th, and then it's Reid Harker, in 5th, and then Reid Harker in 6th. So as we watch them come up the hill here, and look at Irvine go around trying to go around the outside. He's going to try and hold. He's going to hold Thompson in. They are dead side by side across the line. That is very, very close racing. You can quite easily go 2 abreast through that corner, and the tight line is quite often the better line. So yes, I would say that Thompson had definitely got the better run of that one. Moving a bit further back down the field. Moving a little bit further back down, we've got Graham McDonald and Phil Peterson having a good scrap there as well. Schuber is in on the action too, so they're all fairly close together. There's little groups all the way through the field, and that's the beautiful thing with E30 racing. And Irvine's got the front. Irvine has grabbed the front from Thompson, and he's got a tight entry into the hairpin. So therefore, can Thompson get a better run out of the corner and get the slingshot going down in the Meadowman corner? These two raced very well and very closely together at Taupo a couple of weeks back, so let's see what they can do this time round. Irvine has a different entry into Meadowman corner than Thompson does. And he seems to open up midway through the corner, but then Thompson seems to pull him back slightly coming out of the corner or going. So look to for them to be fairly close together as they come up the hill this time. And there's about 2 car lengths between them. Thompson's trying to pick up the toe off of the back of Irvine's car. Farver's got Mickelson all over him like a cheap suit, and then we've got Paladine, and then the squabbling looks like Scott Sampson up there in car number. I didn't see Reid Harker that time around. I'm sure he's still there, but I didn't pick up where he was. Our monitor tells me that he is currently sitting in 6th spot. But I think we've got 1 car with a transponder that's playing up because that doesn't look like what it is on the track. So Thompson and Irvine still together. I think there's a bit of, certainly a bit of gamesmanship going on between these two here. So we've got Farver in 3rd, Mickelson in 4th, Paladine in 5th. I'll look back to see Reid Harker in 7th. Can't pick up who's in 6th position at this point in time. There's a big battle going on down the back here between about 4 or 5 cars. So we're looking to the front again as they come up the hill one more time. And it's definitely Marty Irvine in the lead, and he's opened up a slightly bigger gap on Thompson as they come across the line. Farver's through next. Harker's latched on the back of car number. Okay, and we've got still got Irvine in the lead from Thompson, and he has opened up a bit of a gap on Thompson now, so Thompson's playing catch up, and Gerald Farver has shaken off the attentions of Mickelson, who's got Paladine breathing down his neck, and then there's a gap back to looks like car number 3, but I haven't got it on my program yet. And then we've got Reid Harker is the next one through. Then Clint Scott, Grant Rose, Steve Kahn, Graham Linton, Scott Sampson back in 12th place, Paul Bradley. Thompson is trying to make as much track as he possibly can. He's very close to the wall, coming through the apex of this slight turn on the front straight, trying to shorten the circuit up as much as he can to close the gap to to Marty Irvine in front of him. So he's trying very, very hard. I think Marty, hello, we've got a yellow flag down at Pepsi Max. Can't see what that is. But it's obviously somebody's been down there playing in the kitty litter down there. And here they are again, Irvine and Thompson, one more time. If Thompson wants him, he's got 2 laps to do it in. Likewise, if Mickelson wants to get to Farver, he's got 2 laps, but there's a fairly decent gap between Mickelson and Farver. Although Gerald's only got to put 1 foot wrong, and and Farver will be all over him as they come up the hill one more time. So they get the last lap board this time around. Yes, they've got the last lap board. I don't think Thompson can do anything about Irvine now. He's just too far back. Mickelson's pulled away well away from, look at Reid Harker making a bid for 5th place. I'm sorry, I can't give you the name of the person in the blue car because I don't have it. Just to give you an idea of the difference in performance, Thompson and Irvine are doing mid-122s, and Gerald Farver and Greg Mickelson are doing mid-123s. So they are a second a lap faster than the next 2. So here they come, one for the final time. As they come up the start-finish straight, it is definitely Marty Irvine from John Thompson. And then we're a long, long way back to 3rd place, which is going to be a good, safe place for Gerald Farver. Mickelson through in 4th, Palladine in 6th, Reid Harker in 7th. I think so. I think it's... So there we go. So we have Marty Irvine, John Thompson, Gerald Farver, Greg Mickelson, John Palladine, Reid Harker, Anthony Munns, Clint Scott, Grant Rowe and Steve Kahn. That's your top 10. Okay, Heritage Touring Cars, you need to be on the dummy grid. Heritage Touring Cars, you need to be on the dummy grid now, please. Heritage Touring Cars, the dummy grid, and then you'll be followed by Historic Formula Libra. So that's Heritage Touring Cars to the dummy grid now, please. So all Heritage Touring Cars on the dummy grid now, please. Don't forget the dinner tomorrow night, folks. That is going to be $30 a ticket, and it is Italian smorgasbord. So that's going to be lovely. It was very nice last week, so please do get along to the office there, see Barbara or Melissa, and they will sell you a ticket for $30. And it is a fabulous evening. We will be having the auction. We'll have Michael Clark. We'll again be talking to Chris Amon and Graham Lawrence, as well as Andy Buchanan and Steve Horn. That's who the other one was. It was Steve Horn. My apologies, Steve, for forgetting who you were. I was just trying to think of Ferrari drivers, and as you said, you've never actually owned a Ferrari, but your father was the concessionaire for Ferrari, the first concessionaire for Ferrari before Continental Cars was. So tomorrow night, come along for the dinner. It will be fantastic. Be hosted by Michael Clark, and Derbs and I will be doing the auction. And you might even get to have a drink with Racing Ray Williams. He'll be there as well. All the famous people will be there. I'm not sure we're supposed to have a famous Porsche driver at a Ferrari festival, but there we go. And if you get any opportunity, and the pits people, come down and have a look at Terray's beautiful little 356 Porsche down here. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's yeah, I know we're not about it, but it is a lovely looking car, and it hasn't been restored either. Okay, we're now going to have the Heritage Touring Cars and the Heritage Touring Cars on the grid. So we'll have up on pole position will be car number 21, which is the little British Touring Car Championship Toyota Corolla. A very, very fast car. Next on the grid, we've got Peter Robinson in the little beautiful green Alpina M3. That's a lovely little car, and Peter will be absolutely stoked that he's qualified second fastest. We've got Steve Rasmussen in the Porsche Golf, the Golf Porsche 964 RS Cup car, and he will be third on the grid. Then we've got Zach Lawrence in the 635 CSI, and Zach's doing all sorts of things this weekend. He's running this in the 635 in this class, and then I don't know what he's doing to it, but then he's converting it into a GT car, and he's running it in the Sport 78, pre-78 Sports and GTs as well. So Zach's on fourth position. Then we've got Veen Smith out of position 5 in car number 319. Car number 6 off the grid is Jerry Hodges, and he's in the lovely 635 CSI, one of the art car replicas. And then Clive Sheruri is off the back of the grid. Sorry folks, I've got Grant Clegg pulling up alongside me in the FF Ferrari. Now, as you know, Grant's a long time racer, and the look on his face driving this Ferrari is quite special. So then you've got Clive Sheruri, who's off the back of the grid next.
A BMW man wrapped in Ferrari.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray's saying here we've got a BMW man dressed in Ferrari sitting in a Ferrari. We've got a Porsche man wearing a Ferrari shirt. So, but hey, it's all about the festival. Yeah, and they're saying we've got a Triumph man in a Falcon with a Ferrari shirt on and a microphone in his hand. Yeah, so there we go. So look, it's a fantastic festival, and it's just terrific. Some of the cars we've got, beautiful cars, and you know, obviously, big thanks to Guido Belgiano Nettis for bringing his 2 F1 cars out here. Just fantastic to see them here, and all the Ferrari people. I mean, we set a record here last week, and I'm still trying to clarify what the record was, but it was a significant number. It was well over 140 Ferraris on circuit. So there we go, and so we're now back to Heritage Touring Cars. So we don't have Kevin. It doesn't look like Kevin Cantwell's here this weekend. So he's not. He was here last weekend, and so this is the Hoffman Ford Heritage Touring Cars, and Heritage Touring Cars proudly promoted by Hoffman Ford down there at Parkia Tour. So if you're in that part of the country and you're looking for a Ford, about that, folks. So I just had a rather one of those annoying phone calls. Forgot to turn the phone off. Okay, so at the front there we have car number 21 has grabbed the lead, and I think from what I saw it was Pete Robinson definitely hung on to position 2 in the little Alpina, and we'll just wait for them to go around one more time, and then we'll have a settle down of where they all are. If I can sort of get myself in a position where I can see what's going on, I can give you a bit more of an update. Okay, up the hill they come one more time, and let's have a look who we got in the front. I would say we're talking about our little Toyota man. He'll be at the front, a little SS2000 car. Okay, we see where they are now. Right. Oh, it's Peter Robinson's grabbed the lead in the little Alpina, and he's got the little 2000 British touring car behind him. Then we go back to Steve Rasmussen, Veen Smith. Neil Farquhar comes through next in the lovely looking DTM M3. Then we've got Jerry Hodges being chased by Zach Lawrence. So that's, and then Clive Sharuri comes through in the big Mustang. So he's obviously just, that looks like a brand spanking new car. So I think they're just betting that thing in. So if we go back to the front, and yes, it's still Peter Robinson in the lead from the little British touring car 2-litre, but I think he's I'll play with him there because it's a very, very fast little car. That he was only 6 seconds a lap quicker in practice this morning. So up the hill they come one more time, and it's still Peter Robinson in the lead as they just appear over the brow. They should be coming back into our sight. Yes, they are, and it's the little British touring car to the outside. Absolutely gorgeous little car. Veen Smith comes through next in the big Camaro, followed by Rasmussen in the Porsche. Then Farquhar comes through next in the DTM car. Long way back, we've got Jerry Hodges and Zach Lawrence in the 2635s. They're all stuck together there. And we've got no Alan Ferguson in the M8 today. He will be out here tomorrow. And talking to his engineer Andy Colpin over the week, they've a little bit of a tweak with the exhaust system on that. So I think you'll notice a considerable difference when you hear that car tomorrow. So, and here comes Clive Sharuri in the ex Dick Johnson Palmer Tube Mills Mustang. Okay, and let's look to the front. And yes, so I see our little Toyota has decided that he's going to jump into the lead with 5 laps to go after this one. As he comes up the hill now, Peter Robinson will be in still a very secure second place, and the little Toyota slows up across the start-finish line. Robinson takes the lead one more time. Veen Smith goes through into 3rd place. Not quite sure what's happened there. Has our little Toyota man got a problem, or has he decided that he just wants to come back from the pass a few cars on the way through? If we go back to we see them now, they're disappearing down round into Veen Smith still holding our 2nd place, but this time Steve Rasmussen is a lot closer to the little Porsche, the little Toyota, and he goes up the inside of Veen Smith coming through the Pepsi Max corner as they come up the hill one more time. And it's a straight drag race between the little 4-cylinder and the big V8, and the V8 wins that one. Off down the next straight they go, and little Toyota still sits in 3rd place. Veen Smith is getting a lot closer to Peter Robinson now, and he's actually made a pass for the lead. Veen Smith's gone past Robinson as they come onto the front straight. We now have the big Commodore in the front with the little Toyota in 2nd position. Robinson slipped back to 3rd, and we've now got Rasmussen gone up into 4th position. In 3rd position. So great bit of racing at the front here between these guys. And we look down a bit further back, we can see Farquhar is in a lonely position there. And then we have Hodges and Lawrence coming up the main street. We have an announcement. We have a young man here, and he has lost his FPOS card, and it's a red FPOS card, so therefore I assume it's probably Westpac, and it has Addis containers on it. So that's, I assume so it's somewhere lost in the pits, and we'll see if we can, if you find it, could you please return it to the paddock office? Return it to the paddock office. Thank you. Okay, Formula Libre, Historic and Formula Libre, could you make sure you're in your cars, please, for the start of your race? That's Historic Formula Libre. Could you make sure you're in your cars for the start of your race? So we go back to our front, and here comes our little Toyota across the start-finish line one more time, and he's making no race of this now. He's decided, okay, I've played around enough at the back there, and I'm going to just disappear up the road, which is where he's going. Then we got the next lot through. Here's Veen Smith through in second place with Steve Rasmussen behind him. Peter Robinson comes through in the little Alpina M3. Then we have Neil McFarquhar comes through in the DTM M3. So that's a gorgeous car, that one. Worth a lot of money as well. So then we should see, in the not too distant future, we should see Jerry Hodges and Zach Lawrence. This field will be inflated tomorrow by a couple of extra cars. We will have Alan Ferguson back in the beautiful big V12 M8 tomorrow. And there's Clive Sharuri comes past next. I appear to have lost the two 635s. Here they come, side by side across the start finish line. Look at this. Formation flying. And here comes the little Toyota, is just about to put a lap down those two guys. Okay, we now have the last lap board out, and then those guys will have the big finish. Okay, we've now got the Historic Formula Libre and sports cars coming out in the next race. So we're just waiting for the flag, and here it is. The flag falls on car number 20, and he's just put a lap on Zach Lawrence and Clive Sharuri and Jerry Hodges, who's coming across the line now. So that's how they finished, and here's the fight for second place, Veen Smith and Steve Rasmussen. And on the line it's still Steve Rasmussen, and we look a little bit further back. Here comes Peter Robinson, and he's got Neil McFarquhar bearing down on him in the little DTM M3. And that was how the Historic touring cars finished. So next up we will have Historic Formula Libre and sports cars. Don't forget our dinner tomorrow night. It is $30 a head if you go and see Melissa and Barbara in the Secretary's Hut. It's $30 a ticket, and it is a beautiful, beautiful Italian smorgasbord. I think we've even got Melissa in the kitchen for that one. Apparently she does a mean, mean pizza. So, so anyway, the dinner tomorrow night, look, there's still plenty of tickets left. We had a fantastic night last Saturday night. We had Michael Clark was talking with Chris Amon and Graham Lawrence, Steve Horn and Andy Buchanan. And we had an auction of the painting done by Don Clark of the Formula 1 15685, the Alboreto car, and the Canadian Grand Prix, and it was a painting of McKelly winning that race, and Guido bought that painting. So the one tomorrow night is of the other Formula 1 Ferrari that's in there, and that's the V12, the T412, which is the ex-Gerhard Berger car. So come along for that. Even if you don't bid on the painting, it's fun watching it. More to the point, it's fun listening to Derbs get overexcited. Okay, so we're just waiting for a... Okay, for all those people listening on YouTube, we'd like to welcome you to Hampton Downs today to our event and the Ferrari Festival, and we're about to have the historic Formula Libre go out. And my sidekick now tells me we've had all 4 on YouTube sign off. So wherever you are in the world listening to us on YouTube, we welcome you to Hampton Downs today. Okay, we have a very excited young man. He's found his FBOS card, so for those that handed it in, thank you very much. Now we're on to our Formula Libre race, and we have, oh, that's terrific. It looks like Roger Williams has got the big M8 repel. No, it's blowing lots of... Okay. Okay, could we have the historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons to the dummy grid, please? Historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons, could we have you to the dummy grid now, please? Okay, so we go back to our and we have pit lane is open, and we've got our Formula Can-Am car going out there, and I see young Tom Alexander coming through next. Kenny Smith, I see him sitting in his beautiful little ex-Craig Baird Swift DB4. It's an electric sponsored car. And so Kenny's got that down there, and I've seen a couple of Formula Fords coming out of there. Andy Drummond comes out in the little Italian Alfa. So this is a good field of historic Formula cars. And it'll be slightly convoluted. We'll have races within races because they're all in very different configurations, and you pretty much can bet that Roger Williams is going to disappear up the road in the big McLaren M8, and of course you're going to have the other McLaren, which is Paul Halford in the M1A, and that's a much older car with a very, very small engine by comparison. So he's not going to be anywhere near Roger. Then we've got a whole swag of Swifts out there, and we have got Kenny Smith in his Craig Baird DB4. Andrew Higgins in a Swift DB4 as well. Lyle Zoes in another Swift DB4. Then we've got David Heron in an ex-Gene Pope Swift DB4. And then we've got Martin Lucas out there in an RT4 Ford. So all the Swifts are Toyota powered, and the RT4 is Ford powered, but they're all 1600cc twin cams. Then we've got Bordy's car out, but Warwick's got the ex-Derek Bell Vic Elford McLaren M8F and at 8,462cc, but he hasn't got that here today, which is a bit of a shame. Then of course we've got Rogers out there with the ex-Peter Sherman 72 McLaren M8 EF, and Paul Halford, as I said, in the McLaren M18A. So that's the Atlantic and the Can-Am. Then in the Formula Libre we've got Jeff Harriman out there in a Rolt RT20, and Will Oxley in a Rolt RT21. Frank Kyle was supposed to be running the RFX, but I haven't seen that today. Then David Heron, no, he's running in the Swift, so he won't be running the STP March. Andy Drummond in the Imola Alpha Formula Boxer. Peter Bowl in the Lotus 41C. And Greg Thornton in a Titan Mark 10 BDA. See one of those out there, haven't seen one of those for a long time. Then we've got Grant Tolley in a Dome F10T Formula Holden, and Mike Eady, and the Mike's not there, that's in a Brabham BT21, so it's a great shame we haven't seen that out there. Okay, we just got an amendment to the program, ladies and gentlemen. It says in the program this is a race, but it is actually not. It's been amended to a qualifying session. So this is qualifying for the Formula Libre. So Roger Williams is definitely on it with the big Can-Am. He's just put in a 102.079. That's incredibly fast. We've got we have Graham showing Graham Cameron here in car number 3, but I don't think it would be Graham Cameron of Can-Am Construction fame, because he had a slight injury from last weekend. But anyway, so then we've got Greg Thornton, and he's doing 109s. Paul Halford's going very quick actually in the McLaren M1A. I mean, at 112 for an old car like that, that's quite impressive. Then you have Lyle Zoes come through in a 115, and then Martin Lucas with a 112. Will Oxley on a 112, David Heron on a 111, Ron Wilkin in a 117.4. Car number 32, don't have that one on my program. Car number 32 is, no, he's our mystery man, okay. Then we have Lindsay Porter doing a 119, Grant Tolley last man through. So have we seen Kenny out there yet? He must be out there because the car's no longer sticking out of the garage. So I'm sure he will come through, and here comes young Tom Alexander. Car number 3. Tom is going to be very quick. So right, so that's car number 3. That's the one that's coming up as Graham Cameron. So 106.131. So if I look further back down, where's Kenny must be out there somewhere. Car number 37 going through there, that's Martin Lucas. And Will Oxley goes through, followed by David Heron, and there's Kenny Smith just going through there now. So Kenny's, so we'll see what times Kenny's doing. Okay, so I've just been told it's Kenny's first time around, so here comes, through the pits comes Lyle Zoe's, and when I said all the Swifts were Toyota powered, I stand corrected because Zoe's car is powered by a Ford BDA, so it must be one of the very early Swifts, because they all switched to Toyotas after some time. We see Roger Williams coming in the big M8C McLaren, so he's obviously put the time down, decided that don't want to use up too much of the engine life on that big 8.5 litre engine, so he's decided to put that in the garage for now. He's obviously, nobody's going to get near the time he set at a 102. Is incredibly fast. I think even it would take Kenny Smith in the Formula 5000 to sort of equal that time. It's a very fast time. Okay, so having said that, Kenny's just shot through now. Let's have a look and see what time we got on Ken. Okay, so we just sit here, wait, and look in expectation down the track to see who's going to come into sight next. Andy Drummond comes through in the little Alpha Boxer, Formula Boxer, 1700cc boxer engine. Car number 72 goes past, that's one of our Formula Fords. Car 5 is Ron Wilkin in the Formula Ford. I'm trying to locate Kenny on our monitor to see what sort of times he's doing, but I think he must have left his transponder on the Formula 5000 because he's not coming up on my screen at this point in time. And he is definitely out there because we can see him. As he's actually going through the infield hairpin now, he's coming up on Paul Halford. As Kenny fires up the Metal Man straight, we'll see him shortly. A little bit further back there, I can see Will Oxley in the Formula Holden, and he's got David Heron right behind him. A little bit further down the track we can see Michael Clark and his Crossley Formula Ford. Okay, here comes Kenny across the start-finish stripe now. And car number 2, he's showing car number 2. We don't have a time on him. I shall confer with our timekeepers and see what's happening there. Okay, so just to give you an idea, Kenny, I've got time on Kenny out there. His best was obviously he's only done 3 laps, but he's done a 104.8, so that is incredibly fast in a Formula Pacific when you consider that he's only 2.8 seconds off of Roger Williams in an 8.5 litre Can-Am car. Okay. So obviously my screen takes a little bit of time to update, but so let's have a look at some of the other Formula Pacifics out there and just see what sort of times they're doing. David Heron doing a 109, and yeah, we've got young Tom Scott done a 104 in the little Formula Renault. Martin Lucas, bit of time Martin Lucas has done a 110. We don't have Andy Higgins out there today. So Kenny Smith is by far and away the fastest of the Formula Pacifics, and in fact he's probably the second fastest man on the track. Or at the moment he is the fastest man on the track because Rogers decided to put the Can-Am car away. He's gone out and done a very, very good time, giving himself pole position quite happily, and then just will put the car away. So Okay, we have the Health House Historic Muscle Cars and Pre-78 Saloons. So just looking down at the grid here, we have car number 3, which is Kevin Gimblett, who is on pole, with Dale Mathis alongside him. We then slide back one more to car number 28, who I don't currently have on my program. Car 46, Howard Wood, out of position 4 on the little giant killing BMW 2002. Then we've got Peter Stevenson out of position number 5. Position number 6 is empty. Then we've got Steve Elliott out of, no we haven't. Let's try that one more time. Nigel McDonald out of position 7. And out of position 8, Steve Elliott. So it's Camaro, Mustang, Camaro, BMW, Mustang, Mustang, Camaro. And we have the lights on. And they're racing now. And Dale Mathis actually gets a reasonably good start. He's quicker off the line than Elliott, who got bogged down slightly. So little 2002 BMW gets gobbled up by some of the big guns coming through. And he's still sitting in 4th place, though. He's gone down the outside of the number 28 Camaro. And there's Peter Stevenson trying to go up the inside of Howard Wood and Howard Ashfelt's, but the BMW was always going to outbrake the little, the bigger Mustang. And as Mathis leads down into Mike Pirro corner, Gimblett's all over the back of him. And then back to the car number 28 Camaro. Haven't got a name on the driver yet, but we'll pick that up later on. Howard Wood is the next man through in the BMW 2002. Then we're back to Steve Elliott and Nigel McDonald making a bit up the inside. Sorry, Peter Stevenson and Nigel McDonald making a bit up the inside. Then we go back to Steve Elliott in the Camaro. Then we go back to the first of our pre-78 cars, which is John Munro in the Jag XK J6. Then Hillsy Hills is the next one through in the Mark II Escort, back to John McKechnie in the XA Falcon. So it's definitely Dale Mathis across the line from Gimblett with the back gap back to the number 28 car, then back to Howard Wood, still holding down 4th place. Then it's the squabbling duo of McDonald and Stevenson. Then we've got Elliott back there further, then Munro, McKechnie, Hillsy Hills. So Munro's got past John McKechnie in the XA Falcon. So the XJ6 is doing very well there. Then after Hillsy Hills, we've got Tony Roberts in the 104 PDL Mustang replica. And looking to look at good battle here between Mathis and Gimblett as they head down the short straight in a metal man. Gimblett looks at the inside of Mathis. Mathis goes high, wide and proud. And Gimblett cannot get up the inside of him there. Mathis was carrying too much speed into that corner. Gimblett closes up on the exit of the corner, but can he do anything about the Mustang coming up the hill? So you got 351 cubic inches against 410 cubic inches. And the 351's holding out at this point in time. That's a quad carbureted car, that one. The number 28 car through next. Hopefully pick up the name on that driver later on. Then we've got Howard Wood through in the little 2002 from Nigel McDonald. And then the Peter Stevenson. Just keep an eye on Nigel McDonald and Howard Wood. If they get together, they had a little bit of a on-track disagreement last week. That may carry over to this week. We'll have to wait and see. Then we've got John Sampson comes through in his Capri. No son of his son Scott in the other Capri. Then we come back to the 2002 of, the little Alfa Romeo and the Datsun 1600 as they come through next. Dale Mathis back to the front, as well as with Gimblett still in second place. We see little Howard Wood BMW close up on the big Camaro through that tight twisty stuff over the back of the track, but they can't do much about him. So Nigel McDonald is the next one through in 5th place to Peter Stevenson, back to Steve Elliott. Then it looks like John McKechnie's got himself back up into 7th place. Then we've got John Munro. Then we have Tony Roberts through in the 104 PDL Mustang next. Then Hillsy Hills, John Sampson, Ken Northern, Kevin Ratty in the XA Falcon. Then we go to Des Redgewell in 242 Volvo. And then John Nuttall comes through in his Alfa. And then we go back to Bill Ritchie, and then Dennis Mills in the Datsun 1600, and that's your entire field, and that's where they run on the track. So while Ritchie and Mills go through Metalman Corner, we see the Mustang of, and we've got a bit of dust kicked up there, and it must have been Mathers must have got it totally out of order, because Gimlet's come out of the corner in front of Mathers. I can see dust kicked up coming out into off the top of the hill there, so Dale must have got it all wrong. Meanwhile, we've got Howard Woods climbing onto the back of the big Camaro, so he's inching closer to him every second. And we look a little bit further back, then we've got Nigel McDonald coming through next place. Back to Peter Stevenson, which is a fair way back. And then he's opened up quite a decent sized gap on Steve Elliott. John McKechnie's got himself up there back past John Monroe. And look at Tony 104 Mustang. He's only second weekend he's driven this car, so still getting used to it. So expect to see him move forward over the course of the weekend. That car is for sale if you want it. It belongs to Dale Mathis. He's got that car for sale. Go down and talk to Dale and you could own yourself a lovely looking car, which is reminiscent of. Back to the front of the field, and Mathis is climbing all over the back of Gimblet as they go down through Hamilton Ashvelts. This is where Dale made the mistake a couple of laps ago. So can they do something about it? If you want to see a really good fight, look to the back of the field between Bill Ritchie and David Mills and the Alpha and Datsun 1600. They're having a great scrap down there, and that's for last place, so they're really enjoying themselves. So the two big fights are going on for first and second, and last, and then for third and fourth, as Howard Wood is very, very close to the back of the Z28 BMW now, Z28 Camaro now in the little BMW. He just doesn't have the horsepower down the straights. You watch, he'll tuck under the back wing of that Camaro going into Metalman Corner, see if he can pick up a toe, and he'll try and slingshot him into the under brakes, and he'll close right up on him going through this corner here. He'll go right to the wide, he'll try and go to the outside. Although the Camaro's cross plies will be going off by now. So as they come up the hill, yes, and look at Howard Wood, he's right under the rear wing of the Camaro. Expect to see a out-braking manoeuvre at the end of the straight, but the Camaro's just opened up too much of a gap now. We look to our first and second place getters. They're going through Hamilton Ashvelts, and they're still all over each other, whilst our battle for last place is carrying on at Pepsi Max Corner between the Datsun 1600 and Bill Ritchie and the little Alpha Julia. That's a good fight. Keep an eye on it. It might be for last place, but they're having as much fun as the two guys at the front. And here they come up the hill out of Pepsi Max Corner, and Dale Mathis is climbing all over the back of Gimlet. And we're losing Kevin Rati, the big XA Falcon is pulling off the track. Unfortunately, he's pulling into the pits. They've got a problem there. Look at the scrap going on here. This is the battle of little and large between Howard Wood and the big Z28 Camaro in front of him. And Howard Wood's up the inside of the Camaro again on the exit of the corner, but the Camaro will just open up the taps and he'll out-drag the little BMW down the front straight, but he doesn't open up as much. Look at, and Wood goes for an inside move. Look at that, and he's made it stick. Beautiful bit of driving by Howard Wood. He just absolutely suckered him into that one. He was going right down the outside. The Camaro moved across to shut the outside door on him, and all of a sudden Wood just turned right, went up under the inside. The Camaro passes him back down the front straight, but look and see what happens at the end of the straight here. Wood is getting ever closer to him. You've got to remember, these big muscle cars at the front are running on cross-ply tyres. That's the rules that they run under, because that's the period, that's what they ran in period. Of course, the problem with that is that they start getting very, very squidgy. We've now got John Monroe puts a pass on Steve Elliott in the Camaro. Steve must be having a bit of a problem. He's slowing up quite badly there. So here's your two big battles on track. Look at that. You've got the battle for first and second, and the battle for last place. And Wood has got past the Camaro. Look at that. He's passed the Camaro on the early part of the track. There's no way the Camaro is going to try and for an out-braking manoeuvre. You're not going to do that in a big Camaro against a little BMW. Ever optimistic. You can see the tail of the Camaro come out as the opens up the throttle, but he's not going to be able to go past Wood up the inside. So he's going to try and go around the outside, but Wood's just far too quick through there. He will open up a very big gap through this corner. It will take the Camaro all the length up to the top of the hill before he can even catch him. And that opens up the corner for Howard Wood where they come down in turn one. Meanwhile, our first and second place getters have well gone through. And It's the last lap now, so Wood knows this. So he's got to do something about that Camaro before they get back here again. He's got to be well in front going into Pepsi Max corner if he wants to hold on to third place, and he's already done it. And down to Hamilton Ashfield's corner, Howard Wood has gone up into third place. He will open up a considerable gap on the Camaro between here and the exit of the second hairpin by the time he does that. Look at the battle for the lead here between Mathis and Gimblett. Their tail out coming out of those corners, those cross plies are just not holding up. Here comes the little BM as he comes up the hill. The big Camaro is behind him, but he's a long way back from where he was before. So he's not going to be able to close the gap up enough, I don't think. Is Wood going to be able to hang on for third place? He's got the tail of the little 2002 out. He's coming up on the Alpha and the little Datsun 1600. Have they seen him? Yes, they've got the blue flag. Luckily, he can take a fairly tight line into that corner. The Camaro can't. The Camaro is trying very, very hard to stay with him, but he just can't quite do it there. Mills moves to the inside of the track and the little Datsun 1600 to give Wood the run up the hill. So if we just... And sorry, we're seeing the checkered flag, and it was Gimblett get that. I was conscious. Look at this battle here. Look, it's Wood and the Camaro on the line. Is Wood going to be able to do it? He's hanging right on. Camaro gets it by just an absolute... It was a... ladies and gentlemen, but the Camaro was there. It was the big Camaro got through in third place. And I now have it on my screen. It was Murray Brown, ladies and gentlemen. It was Murray Brown in the Z28 Camaro. And look at him and Howard Wood are driving side by side around the track, congratulating each other on what a fantastic battle that was. And there we go. And look at that. Tony Roberts just manages to pip Steve Elliott on the line in the 104 Mustang. Just manages to pip the Camaro on the line. So the top 10 were Kevin Gimblett from Dale Mathis. And they've actually given it to Howard Wood on our monitor. Is the man that got third place. From Murray Brown, Nigel McDonald in fifth, Peter Stevenson in sixth, Keckney in seventh, and John Monroe in eighth. Okay. And whilst all that was going on, I forgot to call up the next race. Could we please have up to the dummy grid? Yes, it was. Formula 5000. Okay, we have Formula 5000 to the dummy grid, please. Formula 5000's up to the dummy grid. And then could we have the demonstration cars on the dummy grid, please? So the demonstration cars that are going out for the demo laps, could we have you up to the dummy grid as well, please? So Formula 5000s, this is your second practice session for the day. You're doing qualifying in the morning. Well, what do you reckon about that then? The historic muscle cars and pre-78 saloons. What a fantastic bit of racing. Even in the race for last place between David Mills and Bill Ritchie was really exciting. The little keep calling it 2002, the little Alpha Giulietta and the Datsun P510, or Datsun 1600 as we used to know them, were having a great scrap for last position, and there was a great scrap at the front between Mathis and Gimblett. Dale Mathis probably had it sewn up there, but then he put a foot wrong coming over the top of the hill at the back of the track there and got it into the dusty stuff. And Gimblett needed no invitation and was through in second place very quickly. The battle for third and fourth was even more interesting between Howard Wood and the little BMW 2002 and Murray Brown in the big Camaro. It was fantastic. Anyway, with Formula 5000 out next, but while we've got a bit of quiet, we need to talk to you about the dinner tomorrow night. you do need to go along, buy yourselves a ticket, $30 a ticket, and it's an Italian smorgasbord, and it will be beautiful. And we've got plenty of entertainment on, and we've got Michael Clark will be running the evening again, as he did a fantastic job last week. So please do go along, buy yourself a ticket and come along. Now, the other thing that we forgot to mention all day today is the Pirelli Challenge. Go down to the Pirelli tent, they've got a Formula 1 wheel down there. Pick it up. If you can guess the weight of it, you go in the draw, if you guess the weight of it, you will win a set of mag wheels. So the first person that gets the correct weight will win a set of mag wheels, and they're even going to put a set of Pirelli tyres at half price on that on those wheels for you. So go down and see Greg and the boys down there. Don't forget the McLaren tent for the book offer they've got, Trio at the top. It's the book story of Chris, Bruce and Denny. So Jan McLaren's got that down there. And a special big thanks to Continental Car Services for all they've done in getting the Formula 1 Ferraris here and putting on the display of cars they've got and supplying us with that beautiful safety car, that 458 Challenge at the front and the big FF at the back. So thanks once again to Continental Cars. Don't forget, if you want to buy photos of your car, go to www.groundsky.co.nz and they will have, Cully and the team have got some fantastic photos on there. So who have we got out here today? Let's have a look. Has Kenny Smith managed to make it out? Okay, so who do we have out on circuit today? There's Guido Belgiano Nettis has gone past. Hello, we have a red flag. We've got a red flag, so obviously we already have a car stopped somewhere on the track, which is not good. Never good this early in a session. So they will all be back to pit lane after this one. So we have Tony Richards out there this weekend. Tony's rejoining us for the second weekend in his Lola T332. And I see young Michael Lyons in there in the Viceroy Lola T400. Frank Lyons comes past in the Eagle. So they will all have to head back to pit lane. Sefton Gibb comes through in the pits in his Lola T332, followed by Clark Proctor in that beautiful little March 73A. So Clark drives incredibly well. It's a very, very fast car. Very capably driven by Clark. Then car number 99 is Glenn Richards. He's in another Lola T400. He's coming in next. And I will see if I can get some indication from race control as to what the red flag was for. Regrettably, the hold-up is car 89, which is Greg Thornton. Right on pit exit, the little 3.4 litre V6 Cosworth engine has managed to cut itself out, and Greg's got no drive and he's stuck on the exit to pit exit, so we need to recover him out of there. So there's Calvin Bonney comes through in the lovely Begg 018, which was the last of George Begg's creations. And here we have Alistair Russell and the gorgeous Dayglow McRae GM1. STP sponsored car. I remember seeing those cars race in the colours of with Graham McRae racing them. Who do we have up here? Who's next coming up the hill? This is Brett Willis and Frank Lyon. So they're coming into the pits next. So as soon as we've recovered Greg from the pit exit, we will have the rest, all the boys out to play. And with luck, we will have Kenny Smith out there. I'm not sure if we've got it ready. I saw Kenny this morning. He was in a real hurry, didn't really want to sort of have a chat, so not sure what state of the play is there with the Lola T332 of Kenny Smith, the Lava Lease Cell travel car. Okay, so some interesting cars out there. We've got Grant Martin, car number 25, the ex-Chris Amon Talon MR1A. Of course, we have Guido Belgiano Nettis and the ex-Johansson. Is he in the Johansson car today? What is it? Is that car number 27? No, he's actually in the ex-Alboreto car, which is the Chassis 079, and that was the one Canadian Grand Prix. So you can see that sitting down there in the pit with its the battery connected, and they're waiting to put the starter on it. Oh, it looks like they've got Greg's car going. Greg Thornton's problem with those Cologne V6s, they were very, very temperamental engines, and they ran a Kruger-Fischer fuel injection system on them, I think, although that one I think may possibly have the Lucas one on it. So it's starting to sound, oh, no, it doesn't sound very happy at all, actually. Be a shame if we don't hear that car in action, because it does make a lovely noise, and it's a very fast car. But unfortunately, on this track, it's where it's very much a horsepower orientated circuit, in the latter part of the track, i.e. the straight down a Metal Man, and then the straight from out of Metal Man corner all the way back up the hill, and there's that big hill in there as well. You know, the V8s definitely have the edge on the little Lola. Over the tight twisty stuff over the back, the Lola is much quicker. And much the same example with Clark Proctor's car. Doesn't have a lot of aero on it, but he's very quick through the slow, tight turny stuff. So we see the okay, so race control is telling me we're just going to have a restart to the session, so let's hope that we see okay, we need for the second part of the afternoon, we do need to have the display cars up on the dummy grid, and then that will be followed by okay, so in case we're not going to have the demonstrations this afternoon, we do need the pre-85 all-comers and sports sedans to the dummy grid. Pre-85 all-comers and sports sedans to the dummy grid, please. It is showing that we have demonstrations in our program. I'm not sure that's going to occur. I haven't had any notification from race control, so could we please have pre-85 all-comers and sports sedans up to the dummy grid now, please? Okay, it's Michael Lyons across the line first, and he's followed through by Clark Proctor and Sefton Gibb, and Tony Richards has gone through. Car number 29, Aaron Burson, goes through. Andrew Higgins is out there in car number 10. I can see... Okay, Alistair Russell crawling into the pits in his GM1. So it doesn't look as though he's having a good run. And we're looking a bit further back down the track, so see what's happening here. We have Michael Lyons goes across the line, and 1 minute dead. And he's just on 3 seconds lap faster than Clark Proctor at this point in time, who's a second up on Tony Richards, and then he's got another set. We've got another second back to Sefton Gibb. Frank Lyons coming through next. Frank on a 105, then Andrew Higgins on a 106.2. Guido Belgiano Nettes comes through on a 109.7, Aaron Burst on a 116.9, Calvin Bonney on a 110. Glenn Richards in the Talon is doing in the Lola T400 is a 119, so he's obviously just still warming himself up. Warwick Mortimer, a 117. Okay. Frank Lyons coming up the hill, and it looks like that's Andrew Higgins in behind him in the car number 10 car. And Brett Willis goes through and he puts in it. Brett's on it, he's a 103.8. Calvin Bonney coming through there now. Calvin's on a 107.2. Guido Belgiano comes around to 107.1. Bearing in mind that with Guido's car, he could actually go a lot faster if he wanted to, but if he does that, he risks putting himself right in the front, the fight for the front, and he doesn't really want to be there. He's indicated to us that his intention for this weekend is to just enjoy the car, enjoy the track, and enjoy New Zealand, and just circulate around the middle of the pack and have fun with the guys. He doesn't want to get involved with the fight at the front. So, okay, so we look back to Brett Willis now, who's done a 103.4. Michael Lyons on a 1 minute dead. Steve Ross was one of the quick guys last weekend. He's done a 102.67. Andrew Higgins is sitting on there on a 102.9. Tony Richards is going quick too. He's done a 102.8. So here comes Michael Lyons into the pits now. Sefton Gibb on a 104.7. So we now have our fast guys, which is Lyons and Proctor are in the pits. No sign of Kenny Smith, so that's a big shame. It doesn't look like Kenny's got his engine sorted yet, so let's hope they're burning the midnight oil. Glenn Richards goes past us there, and he's on a 108.7, so Warwick Mortimer on a 109. Andrew Higgins is starting to get quicker, 101.8. So Andrew's under the 102s. Oh, Guido's starting to turn up. Guido Belgiano Natis is on a 102.83. So he's actually probably the third fastest man on the track at this point in time. So Steve Ross starting to go quick, 1:01.7 dead. Tony Richards 1:02.8. So there's the fast guys. There's Tony Richards on a 1:02. Steve Ross on a 1 minute. Clark Proctor on a 1:01.6. Andrew Higgins on a 1:01.8. Guido Belgiano Natis on a 1:02.8. So they're all all those guys in the front are starting to go quick. So Rodney will be on the cans to Guido at this point in time. Back it off, Guido. You don't want to end up getting into the fight up the front. Although it would be lovely for us to see that Ferrari fighting it out with the top of the end of the field, but it's not what the Formula 5000 racing is about. Okay, and that's the end of that practice session, and regrettably we had no Kenny Smith out there, so let's just hope that the boys in the workshop are burning the midnight oil, and we're going to see Kenny back tomorrow morning for qualifying. That would be fantastic if we could see him back out there, and because he had that saying to us earlier in the week that Lola was absolutely flying. He said the car is just absolutely perfect. I couldn't have got it any better. And he went out in private practice, and I won't tell you what time he put down, but suffice to say it was fast enough to be putting a big fright into Michael Lyons. So, but anyway, that's not to be at the moment because Kenny's not here with the car, and we just hope that he's going to turn up soon. Next up, we have pre-85 saloons and historic Trans Ams, and this is going to be fantastic. Now, we're missing two cars out of here now that we're hopefully going to see back here tomorrow. One of them is Gordon Burr's LG Alfetta. He's out there at the moment in his one of his Targa cars, which is the V8 engined Escort. So you'll see that at the back. That's car number 567. That's Gordon Burr, and it's the white and lime green Chevy engine Ford Escort. That is a Targa car. It's road legal, so it's running on road tyres. So you know, you don't expect it to be as quick as Robert Jack's car. Now Robert Jack is there with his car, which is the V8 engined Mark II Ford Escort with a big wing on the back, and then two very, very special cars out there today, driven by their original drivers. One is the Barry Algie Holden Monaro, and the other one, although I just see it being pushed back, which is a bit of a worry, is the Graham Addis Valiant Charger, and that is the the Lola. Basically, it's a Lola Formula 5000 car with a Valiant Charger body fitted over the top of it. We see Graham coming out in that car now. So that's Graham's restored that car, as has Barry restored his Monaro. So they're two out there. The other cars we're going to see here tomorrow will be the other Algie car, the Alfetta, that was built by Ian Algie and driven by Gordon Burr. They broke an axle last weekend. They hope to have fixed it this weekend, but then pulling the engine apart to do a quick check on it, they found a couple of things inside the engine that didn't look too happy, so they're replacing that. So I hope the guys are working on that. We're hoping to see them back tomorrow. We can't see Dennis Running's car sitting down here in the garage. I haven't seen Dennis coming out yet, so hopefully we're going to see him out there shortly. It'd be a bit of a shame if Dennis doesn't join us, but I see the car sitting in the pits and it doesn't look like there's anybody in the car, so maybe Dennis isn't joining us for the session. So and the other car that we're going to see out there tomorrow, we saw it this morning very briefly, and that's the George Sherriri Mustang, which is the NX Jim Richards Sid Chrome Mustang, and that's been fully restored. George has done a beautiful job of restoring it. Unfortunately, the right front suspension broke on its first lap this morning, and it left here with the right front wheel looking very sick and sorry for itself, and the right front guard looking rather second hand, which is a bit of a shame. So, and So I can see Dennis standing down there ready to get his helmet on. Dennis, I suggest you get into the car fairly quickly because you're going to be needed up on the dummy grid. He can't hear me. That way, Dennis. He can see me now. Come on, Dennis, we want you out there. So we've got the... so the demonstration cars are going out first. Sorry, I do apologise. We are having the demonstration cars, so we can have the LG Monaro and the Addis Charger, and who we else got out there? The Corey 300ZX. Now that's the Health House car. That's sponsored by Health House. Now they are the sponsors of the historic muscle car class. So Health House, go to their website, and that's www.healthhouse.co.nz. And look at that. Now there's a bit of history for you. The Addis Charger and the LG Monaro side by side, and they actually raced against each other. God, that brings back some memories for me. I remember as a kid watching these things. They were just, well, I wasn't a kid, but I remember being a very young man watching these cars, and they were just absolutely exciting beyond all belief. And when we see the Alfetta out there tomorrow, hello, what's happened to the Charger? It's stopped. Oh, there it is. I was talking to Ian, let me try that one more time. I was talking to Graham Addis during the last week, and he was quite thrilled that somebody, was so passionate about the car, and he spent a lot of time. He said, we've restored the car. They have not put new bits in the car. He said when they started pulling it apart, 30 years sitting in a container whilst it looked pretty good, he said they did see some deterioration in it and things like brake lines and all that sort of thing. So they replaced all the original stuff with, like seals in the master cylinders and obviously in the brake calipers and all the rest of it. They had the shock absorbers overhauled. There's the still with the RJ Hills panel beater sign writing on the side of it, as it did have in its day, as the LG Monaro goes past. And here comes the Addis Charger up the hill, going very slowly, just getting it bedded in. And this particular car finished 4th place in the 1972 Benson & Hedges 500 with Graham and Noel Goodwin driving it. And then Graham campaigned it in the Castrol GTX series for a season, and that was in Class 2, if you remember rightly, the E49 Valiant Chargers, which were the very real hot ones with the 6-packs and the 4-speed gearboxes, up against the Tirana XU ones and the Falcon GTHOs. They were Group 1, and then Group 2 was the Capri 3-litre GTs, the Valiant Chargers, 770s, which were the automatics, which is what this car was, and the Valiant Pacers. And Barry Algie's pulling off the track down the bottom there, so it looks like he might have a little bit of a problem coming out of Pepsi Max. That was the problem with these cars when they were new. They were pretty much like hand grenades in the day, so trying to get them back to condition is difficult. But anyway, as I was saying, when Graham bought that car, he raced it for an entire season, and then he decided that he wanted to do something different, and he was quite good friends with Red Dawson. For those of you who remember, Red Dawson was a very, very good car peddler in his day and had the Kensington carpets, then the Monaro, the Marlboro Camaro Z28, then went on to be the Marlboro Monza. And unfortunately, Red had a big accident down at Manfield and sort of ended his racing career. But Red was when he was racing, he was also a car dealer, and he had a Lola T190 or T140 sitting in the back of his workshop, and along came Graham, and Graham said, "Oh, I want to do something different." And Reddy said to him, "Well, here you go, Graham, here's something for you." And he pulled the cover off the T190. He said, "Oh, God, I could never afford that." And anyway, the deal was done, and they did it. And the Charger started getting chopped apart, and the next thing it turned into this. And this is what you see here today. And it did start out in its first few seasons. It started out, the engine was under the dashboard, and it was running through the Hewland gearbox, the Hewland rear end, and it had a Jaguar rear end setup in it. But then some years later, Graham decided that he wanted to get really cute with the car, and he built it into this configuration. Go and look at it. It's effectively a Lola T142 from the engine back, and you can look in the back of the car, and you can actually see now, as you see it going up straight there, you can effectively see it as a Formula 5000 car underneath. absolutely gorgeous motor car. Now, when he restored this, they cleaned all the original brake lines out and everything else, and they replaced the pads, obviously, and all the seals and one thing and another. Then they decided that he wanted it to be really as it was. So he found the original paint that they painted it with, and he painted that using a spray gun that they had in the workshop on the day. So he said, look at it, he said it's all lemon peel and it's full of dust, because that's how we did them in the day. We didn't, you know, they didn't do them in fancy paint shops. So when you look at it, and you can actually see through the paint. And then to cap it all off, he went and he tracked down the original signwriter. Now, this guy was retired, living out of Waiuku, and he came up, and so all that signwriting you see on there, it's not stickers. That's the original signwriter, did the original signwriting on that car. So, and he's done it again some 35 years after he last did it. So, quite amazing, really.
Upgrade to 2. Upgrade to 2, please.
So we now have okay, so we have we have 2 demo cars running and one sitting on the side of the track, but hopefully that's not a terminal for the weekend, and hopefully we are going to see, well, if he's in the next race, which is the pre-85s, we're not going to see the Monaro out there, which is a real shame. But Graham Addis is going to be out there, we hope, in this big Valiant Charger. Now, bearing in mind that Graham hasn't raced this car for 30 years, right? So, you know, he's some 30 years further down the track, and he's some 30 odd years down the track, so he's obviously a little bit not in the condition he was when he last raced it, but mind you, he's absolutely having a ball. He was just absolutely beside himself, and had a smile wide when he got out of the car last weekend, and why wouldn't you? I mean, just look at this thing, would you? It is just absolutely gorgeous. So hopefully tomorrow we will see the 4 cars together, being the Addis Charger, the Graham Addis Charger, this car here, the LG Monaro, the big orange one sitting down there at the Pepsi Max hairpin, the LG Alfetta in the hands of Gordon Burr, and those 3 cars race against each other, and then hopefully we will see the George Sherriri Mustang, which is the Jim Richards Sid Chrome Mustang. So it's been fully restored to its former glory and colours and everything else. Just unfortunately it doesn't have the Sid Chrome signwriting on it, but never mind. It still looks fairly similar with the Sherriri signwriting on it, so it's be great to see those 4 cars out there tomorrow. So I think that's going to be the end of our demo laps. No, I'm looking down here at our flag marshals. They're still sitting there allowing them to go around. I don't know if that Charger's got enough gas tank and that thing's big enough to do another lap. But Graham's obviously had enough. He just wants to come in and get himself ready for the pre-85 race, which is the next up. Okay, we now have the pre-85s out there, and we are going to have Dennis running out because I can see the Aztec Corn Chips RX-8 sitting in the garage down here, and Dennis has got his overalls on, his helmet, and we're going to see him forming up on the grid. The Addis Charger is definitely going to be running in that event as well, so we got them there. So who do we need to call up next? Hang on, before I forget, before I get so totally engrossed in this race. We need to call up the next bunch of cars, which is going to be the Ferrari Parade. Okay, all Ferrari drivers, okay? All Ferrari drivers, you need to see Racing Ray Williams down there on the dummy grid, and you will be having your parade. So all Ferrari drivers to the dummy grid, please, for your parade. And please, please, please get there. Don't let us have the same situation we had last time where people weren't turning up at the sort of the 11th hour going, oh, can I go out on the track, please? You know, we need you up there now. So this is serious stuff. It takes a lot of organisation. So please do get up there in your Ferraris if you want to go into the parade. Right, so we now have Pre-85 all-comer sports sedans. Then we're going to have our Ferrari parade. Then we will have our Formula Junior and Formula 3 invited cars. Then we will have the last race of the day, which is going to be the Pre-78 Sports and GTs. So, and that was a good race this morning, good practice this morning, some good times down there, and I'm aching to see the fight that's going to come out between Jason Leifting and Michael Lyons in the 308. Two very different cars, very similar speeds, both very similar talented drivers. So it's going to be interesting to see the fight occur between those two. Paul did a great job last weekend, and sort of they got a one each, so did very well. But Jason is obviously that's what he does. He races cars for a live well, professionally. So he's probably there's taking nothing away from Paul McCarthy. Paul McCarthy's an extremely talented driver, but Jason's probably just a little bit more race fit than Paul is. So we'll be expecting to see some real action there. And of course, throw into the mix there that you've got Tony Roberts in the big 7.5 litre Corvette, and it makes it quite an interesting field. So we've got some good cars in there. We've got it just sounds like a who's who of the sports and GT world. You've got Ferrari, you've got Porsche, you've got Lotus, you've got Morgan, you've got Chevrolet, Corvette. There's some very exciting machinery in there as well, not to mention some of the other cars like the Malaks as well. So that's going to be a good race, the Pre-78 Sports and GTs. That's going to be the last race today. And one of the cars to watch in there is going to be the series, the coordinator for that class, and that's Grant Kern in the MGB V8. And that's a very fast car, and Grant drives that very, very well. So we look forward to seeing him out there as well. So there's some good close times there too. So, and of course, then we have also throw in their BMW, because we have Zach Lawrence in there in the 635 CSI, which has an identity crisis. It doesn't know whether it's a sports and GT car or whether it's a historic touring car. So it's been both this weekend. So good on you, Zach. It's great to see you out there with that car. It's a beautiful car, mate. You drive it really well. So we're pleased to see it out there. So next up, once again, could we have the call to all Ferrari drivers, please, to meet Racing Ray Williams on the dummy grid? All Ferrari drivers to meet Racing Ray Williams on the dummy grid. And then we'll have the Formula Junior drivers. Could you be starting to think about getting ready as well, please? So we now have John Honoré sitting there, and I think John doesn't realise. Oh no, John's just super keen to get out on the track. Or maybe he's going to go and do follow the Ferraris around on the Formula. He has got a Ferrari, so he's probably going to follow them around the parade and get his brakes and his tyres warm, so he's got a bit of an advantage come the start of the sports and GT race at the end of the day. Why not? Okay, so now significant cars we have in this class. Paul McCarthy in the beautiful Zac Speed. Look at that. Car number 1, 1600cc, twin cam, weighs something like about 700 kgs. It's a very, very light car, because that's how they were homologated. Ford homologated them at a very, very light weight. So that runs a 1600cc twin cam engine with Lucas fuel injection on it. You know, identical to what you get in a Triumph TR6. Then the next car back there is Dennis Running in the Mazda RX-8, the ex-Karen Wills car. This car was originally a Group C car in Australia, and Karen brought this car to New Zealand in the early 80s and converted it into, well, not converted it, they raced it in a series called the Tootle Cool Wool series here, and that was mainly run at Bay Park and some at Pukekohe, and it was mainly at the Bay Park track, and it was designed for 2.5 litre cars to allow the RX-7, Group C RX-7 cars to run. So as we see them go across the line there, we have Paul McCarthy on pole, then we've got Karen Wills, and then that's followed by Neil Tolich in the Capri Piranha. Then you got, who's the next one back there, Ivan Salek. Then Roy Billington in the V6, sorry, the straight 6 turbocharged Commodore, get it right in a second. Next one back from there, alongside him will be Adrian Dobby in the XU1 engined Vauxhall Viva. Then you have Gordon Burr in the V8 engined Mark 1 Escort, alongside him Peter Hooper in the incredibly fast 1.5 litre Toyota Starlet. Weighs something like about 25 kilos, ringing wet. That's the car, not Peter. Next up back there we then have, I've gone out of sight for the second, but I can see Michael Sexton in there. Where's he positioned? So there's Peter Hooper. Then you got Robert Jack as the next man back in the V8 engined Mark 2 Escort. Then we have Mike Sexton. Then you got Ron Finley's the next man up there. Then number 25. And our program is going to be, no, it's not 65. Number 65 in our program is Shane Johnson in another one of the classic Central Muscle cars, not the historic muscle cars, the Central Muscle car. Then we go back a little bit further to Ron Finley in the, now we've got Howard Wood there in the 4 litre Fairmont. Then we've got Ron Finley in the Capri Piranha, and then the field is rounded out by Graham Addis and the big Valiant Charger. Graham's just playing with his car, betting it in. Once he opens the taps on that thing, you watch it go, but Graham's got to get himself fit as well. So here we go. Here we've got Paul McCarthy off the front with a little Zac Speed Escort alongside him. Okay. And Dennis Running just opens the taps on the big V8 engine car, and he gets off the line, but Paul is a little bit braver under brakes into the hairpin, and the Escort's obviously a lot lighter and stops a lot later. But no, Paul's got a problem. He's just disappeared. Where is he? He's gone off. So we have lost Paul McCarthy off the start. He's gone missing. So I'm picking he's sitting down on the outside of the track here. So that's Dennis Running through to the lead in the big RX-8. And we've lost the little Zac Speed Escort. What a great shame. Oh, here he goes. He's got himself going again. He must have got a bit excited and turned it around. So that puts Neil Tolich in the second place in the Capri Piranha, and then you've got Ivan Selleck behind him. Then we come back to our next car through, which is going to be... Okay, so... well, Dennis Running is not going to have to worry about too much about this. We have another car gone missing over the back here. So Running comes to start, finish line. Tolich through next. It's Selleck. Then Bingley through, Roy Bingley, sorry, in the 6-cylinder turbocharged Commodore. Robert Jack passes him across the start-finish line, so we expect to see Robert Jack move up the field a bit. Yes, he's already up to 4th place. and he's monstering the back of Ivan Selleck. Ivan will be looking in his rear vision mirror and seeing the big V8 engine as McCarthy comes across the start-finish line, and I'm sure that must be higher than 95 decibels, but anyway, he flies across the start-finish line in front of us. And yeah, here was Jack and Selleck having a drag race up the hill. Well, the V8's always going to win that argument. And then we've got Shane Johnson through next in the Ford 65 Ford Mustang, and then Bingley's been slotted back. Then there's a good mate Gordon Burr. He's just out there getting some track time in the V8 engine Mark 1 Escort Targa car. And then we go back one spot to Adrian Dobby in the little Tirana engine Viva. Then one more spot back to Mike Sexton, then one back to Ron Finley. One further spot back to Graham Addis in the Charger. Howard Wood coming through in the, not Howard Wood, Nathan Wood in the Ford Fairmont. And then our original pole sitter, Paul McCarthy, and he's in last place at the moment, but he's going to have a big fight to get his way back up the field. He's not going to get to the front, but it'll be interesting to see how just far up he can get that little Mark 1 Escort. Very lovely little car as it flashes across the line in front of us. Very noisy though. So don't forget, tomorrow if you want hearing protection, go down and see Alan Ferguson, who's got the M8 V12. He'll be here tomorrow and he'll have his tent up at Applied Hearing, and they're doing custom made earplugs for people. So they're not expensive, they're not cheap, but they are very, very effective. And they allow you to still hear things, not the normal spoken word, but it cuts out all the background noise of all the different applications for everything. So go and see Alan tomorrow. Right, so back to the race, and we've got Dennis running at the front of the field, and he's closely followed by Neil Tolich. And then we have Robert Jack coming into the back of the argument. So we just see, once Robert gets onto the tail of Dennis running, we'll just see how much Dennis is holding back. So could we have a call please to all the Ferrari people up to the dummy grid please for your session, and then can we have the Formula Junior cars getting ready to follow the Ferraris out? They're only out there for 6 laps, and then we will need you on the track as well. So we now go back to and Paul McCarthy's now got past Graham Addis and the Valiant Charger, and he's heading down into Hamilton Asphalt's corner. So where's our leaders? Oh, here we go, and it's Robert Jack and Neil Tolich are arguing over real estate for second place, and 2 V8 engine Fords, one a Capri, one an Escort. Whoa, and Shane Howard is all, Shane Woods, let me try that one again. Shane Johnson is all over the track. He got the biggest tank slapper on, but he managed to pull it back, and just before he started heading up the grass hill. So now we're not Robert Jack in the second position now, and he's going to latch onto the back of Dennis running shortly, and we'll just watch Dennis's lap times to see if they start dropping at all. Oh yeah, what a surprise. Dennis just put his fastest lap time in the last time round with a 1:13.91. And okay, so Robert Jack is, no, Dennis running just put in a 1:12.83, and Robert Jack put in a 1:11.87. So Robert Jack is going a second quicker than Dennis running. So let's look to the front and see where they are. There's running, and then Robert Jack's closing up on the back of him. So let's keep an eye on this. This could be a good fight here. And Shane Johnson is now trying to get Neil Tolich into his sights. Look a little bit further back, then we can see that we've got Gordon Burr is onto the back of Roy Bingley. And then we have Adrian Dobby and Mike Sexton are fighting over the next spot, and Ron Finley threw in a very lonely place by himself. Okay, here's the 2 big boys at the front, the 2 V8 engines cars, the Mazda and the Escort. So they will be so let's see what the lap times were that time round. Dennis running can be a wily old fox. Okay, you're 112, 108, and Robert Jack on 111.6. So not a lot between them. Robert Jack is slightly faster. Catching is one thing, getting past is another. And Dennis Running has done a lot of driving in the Trans Am cars. Bear in mind he raced the Riley and Scott chassis Camaro there for quite some time. He bought this car some years ago and it was just ever going to be a tribute car, and that's what it is, and that's what he does with it. So there's a good little fight going on here between Burr, Bingley, Dobie and Sexton. And we see that, and here we go, Jack's making a bid down the outside. But Running is well aware that around this track you can take a very tight line in there, so you can force your opposition to go out wide, and they're always on a hiding to nothing. Trying to go around the outside is always going to be very, very difficult to put a passing manoeuvre in. However, and we've got this scrap going on back here for about 7th, 8th and 9th between Sexton, Bingley and Dobie, and it's now Dobie and Sexton have got past Bingley, so he's getting shuffled back, and he's going to lose one more spot very shortly because here comes Paul McCarthy in a lovely little Zach Speed Escort, and Graham Addis just keeps trundling around in that big Valiant Charger. Now he did this He did this last week as well, and he just was going to wait until the two fast V8s come up to him to lap him, and then he was going to get involved in a fight with them. And it's kind of not the right thing to do, but and I think he might have incurred the wrath of race control, but we'll just see. Hopefully he's not going to do that again. But it will be lovely tomorrow if we can get the all these cars on the track together, especially the Alfetta and the Sid Chrome Mustang. Okay, and there's okay, so now the two front guys are coming up, and there's a good fight going on here. Oh, look at this! They're side by side coming to the hairpin, and they're coming up on Addis. Dennis Running going to? Yeah, Dennis Running's giving way to Robert Jack, and all three of them. Whoa! Jack nearly takes a side out of Addis's car. I mean, he was being a little bit obtrusive going into that corner, but so I think Robert Jack's got the measure of this one, and he is definitely putting in slightly faster time. Though there's not a lot in it. Dennis Running did a 111.9, and Robert Jack did a 111.9 as well in the last lap round. So they're identical lap times. So, and Robert Jack takes the win from Dennis Running, and then we would have Shane Howard come through next, followed by Neil Tolich in 4th place. Very well deserved place for Neil. Next up, and Graham Addis is putting the big Charger away, so that's going to put Ivan Selleck through in the next position. So Ivan will be chuffed about that one. Well driven, Ivan. Lovely little Escort, and then speaking of another Mark 1 Escort, and there's a whole bunch of them. Look at this, 3 different configurations of them. We've got Gordon Burr, Paul McCarthy, and Mike Sexton all through, and 3 different configurations of Escort. You've got a Mark 1 with a V8 in it. You've got the Mark 1 with the 1600 twin cam BDG with the fuel injection. And then you've got the Pinto engined or Holbay engined Mark 1 of Sexton. So 3 different cars there. And of course Adrian Dobie in the mix with the little Vauxhall Viva with the Tirana XU1 engine in it. So great little car, raced by Warwick Gray many years ago. Another historic sports sedan. So this association's getting good. We're starting to get quite a few of them together, and it'll be nice to see them all out there. And we know that the Halliday Capri is being rebuilt, but it's going to run 16-inch wheels, whereas the original ran 15-inch wheels, so they won't let him join the association. You know, semantics, but never mind. So it's, you know, we will see the Fahey Capri back. Of course, Gordon Burr's also got the ex-Moffat and but Lauder Capri, so we could see that one back racing again, because Moffat did race that Capri here in New Zealand. And I know there are a few other cars around that are being resurrected. Of course, we know that down there in Wellington we still have the Huxford Capri. As far as I'm aware, he still has that car, It would be lovely to see that out. That's went through many different configurations in its lifetime. Somebody is rebuilding Miss Victorious, which was the Jack Naser Vauxhall Victor. The ex-Rod Coppins Camaro is racing. Well, we have seen the ex-Rod Coppins Pontiac Firebird. That's been completed as well. Whether we'll see that race again, I don't know. Then there's one of the, I believe one of the Munt Cortinas has been done. So there are a lot of those iconic cars that raced in the 70s that we should be seeing back here soon, or here and at tracks around the country. So, it's when you look at motorsport throughout the country and throughout the world, the future of motor racing is definitely in the past. We see more and more cars coming to classic and historic meetings, and more important cars coming out and drawing bigger crowds than the more conventional form of racing, which is now very much in the line of silhouette cars that really don't mean a lot of things to people. So some great classic car racing here, and you're going to see some fantastic stuff over the weekend. So next up, we have our Ferraris out there doing their 6-lap stint. So all the Formula Junior and Formula 3 cars, you need to be getting ready, please, to get up on the dummy grid. And then we will have their flying farewell of the day will be the Pre-78 Sports and GTs. Now, if you all look up towards the Ganley block, which is the N1, you will see a big American station wagon for sale there. Now, if you're looking for a classic tow car, you've got to go and look at this car. It is absolutely beautiful. Okay, it's a lot of patina, but it is a 1966 Ford Galaxy Estate Esquire, or Country Estate Squire, I believe. It has a big block in it, 396 big block, and it has disc brakes as well. The really intriguing part about it is the tailgate, which looks a tad rusty, but it's actually not. It's mainly surface rust. The tailgate on it opens two different ways. It folds down flat, or it opens sideways like a normal door. It's the most intriguing thing I've ever seen. I spent half an hour playing with it one night. I just couldn't get over it. Anyway, that car's for sale. So if you're interested in looking at having a look at that car, go and talk to Andy Colpin. Okay, we have a call for drivers of the Ferraris for the parade. Now, we know we did call the Ferraris up for the parade, but we kind of meant that would you kind of stay with your cars, because it's a bit hard for them to go out there when you're not in them. So the Ferrari drivers that are going in the parade, that have abandoned your cars on the dummy grid, could you please return to your cars, because we are going out now. And I think there's a couple of them actually blocking the way, so the guys at the back can't get out. So all Ferrari drivers who are in the parade, could you please quickly return to your cars to go out on the out on your parade laps. Okay, Formula Junior guys, I can see most of you are getting into your cars now, which is good. So this is only going to be a 6 laps. Well, that's if we ever get out there. But it was going to be a 6-lap sprint for the Ferrari guys, and then we've got the Formula Juniors out there. So yeah, back to that station wagon. If you are looking for a beautiful tow car for your classic saloon or single seater, and you want something in period, there is a car that is well worth it. It's a massive station wagon, and it's in very, very good condition actually. It just maybe needs a little bit of a tidy up of the paintwork at the back, but it's got a big roof rack on it. It's a 1966 Ford Galaxy Country Estate Esquire, and it has a big block engine in it, disc brakes, period mag wheels on it. It's a lovely car. If you're interested, go and talk to Andy Colpin at Race FX, and he will gladly sell you the car at a very, very reasonable price. So I was talking to him the other day, and he would have taken it obviously to Kumiu, but we were all down here last weekend having a fantastic weekend's racing. So go and talk to Andy if you're looking for a good tow car for your classic saloon or single-seater. So race time is currently 3:16 p.m. and we're just waiting for a start. I just need race control give me a clearance as to what's happening out there. Okay, we're just waiting for the FIV1 car to go and pick up some bits and pieces that are sitting on the track, and then we are underway with the Ferrari parade. So if you Ferrari drivers are all back in your cars, that would be terrific. And then we will have the so just remember tomorrow, people, when you're coming in, please do not park behind the pit buildings. So that behind the pit buildings, and do not park down in the middle of the by the where that fast food caravan is, because we have got Ferraris all over the place tomorrow, and we're lining them up all behind those pit buildings. So do not park there tomorrow. And when you can drop bits and pieces off, and then your car's got to go back down to the car parking area at the end of pit, the skid pan. Okay, just a reminder while we're still waiting about our dinner tomorrow night. $30 a ticket, and that is an Italian smorgasbord. It is going to be beautiful. I know the caterers, and it will be excellent food, so please do come along to that. $30, it's great value for money, and it's be held in Hamptons. So if you go and see Melissa or Barbara in the office there, they will have tickets for you at $30 each. And that will be there'll be lovely Italian food. Now, we'll also be having an auction in the evening as well. We'll be auctioning off a Don Packwood painting, and probably a couple of other little bits and pieces as well. So, and Michael Clark will no doubt be talking to some of the people associated with Ferrari race cars over the years. We had Graham Lawrence and Chris Aim on last weekend with Andy Buchanan and Steve Horn. So please do come along to that. It will be a fantastic evening and well worth $30. So, okay, we have our Ferraris out on the track at the moment. Hopefully tomorrow we will have somebody here from Ferrari to introduce the cars and talk about them as they go around. And whilst they are beautiful pieces of work, I'm not that up to play with them myself. I do know there is the Daytona out there. I know that the 458 Challenge is there. I can see a couple of 512s, and obviously a few 308s or 328s. See John Honore out there in his 308 race car, giving his partner a ride around the circuit. So there's a couple of 458s going through here now. There's a California through there. And then after that, I can pick the Daytona out. There's Lionel Rogers' beautiful Daytona just gone past there. And I think we have a 308 GTS. I think that's what that one is. Then we have another Testarossa. 458 Challenge. And also we then have the 308 of John Honoré. And no, it is not his lady friend or lady partner in the car. It is his mechanic he's got with him. So he's giving him a ride around the track as well. So this is the third to last event of the day. We've had some great racing today. There's been some. We've got them well on time, so that's all good.
It's not too bad, like the tails is a 2 and 2, so.
It doesn't look so bad.
Okay, so we'll. Just need to also thank Continental Car Services for all their support this weekend, and helping to bring the Formula One Ferraris here as well, and for supplying the beautiful safety car, the 458 Challenge safety car, and the big FF at the back. And that is a stunning looking car. I was talking to one of the Ferrari guys last week, and they say, if you ever want to, I know this is pipe dream stuff, but if you ever want a quick trip across Europe at sort of 160 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour, this is the car to do it in. It's just a big cruising express, and it's a huge car. You don't realise how big it is until you see it parked in the pits alongside a Ford Falcon or a Holden Commodore, which are big cars, and this thing is a lot bigger than them. So I mean, it's even bigger than a Chrysler 300, so it is a very, very large car. And at $500,000 is certainly a beautiful piece of kit. So just look at that going past there now. You can just see how big and it's actually a hatchback as well. So there's another bit of useless information. I can't see many of us rushing down to Continental to buy one of those to go and do the shopping in, but I'm sure there are one or two people around who would be more than happy to do that. So these guys have got another 3 or 4 laps to go, and then we're going to have our Formula Juniors out, and they'll turn on a great race. And then our last race of the day will be the Sports and GT, pre-78 Sports and GT race. So, and that will be a cracker. There will be some good racing in there. So the 3 guys to watch in that one, or 4 guys to watch in that one, will be Michael Lyons, and he will be in the yellow 308 Challenge Cup car, and that's an ex-Ferrari Works Ferrari race car. And then we will have our own Jason Leifting, and he will be there in the McCarthy family's Lotus 47 Europa, and that is also that's a replica of one of the Works cars. So once again, a fiberglass body, very light car. Tony Roberts in the big 7-litre V8 Corvette. He will be there as well. As will Derek Atkinson in that gorgeous V8 engine Morgan. And it's a very, very fast car. So Derek is, I think, the 3rd fastest in that group at the moment. So that will be worth watching. So I think we're going to probably see 2 fights there. We'll see the fight at the front between Leifting and Lyons, and then I think we'll see a second fight a little bit further down the track between Roberts and Atkinson in the Corvette and Morgan respectively. So anyway, so we've got all the bases covered there, and then of course thrown into the mix there you've got Grant Kern and the MGB Roadster V8, and John Honoré and that lovely 308 GT4 Ferrari, GTB Ferrari. And then also out there we've got Gordon Burr in the 308 GT4 LM. Now the LM stands for Le Mans, and that car was sponsored by NART. Sorry, was developed by NART. And for you wondering what NART is, it's the North American Racing Team. and they built these cars to run at Le Mans. Gordon had one sitting around, wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do with it, and was flicking through some Ferrari race books, being the mad racing enthusiast he is, and saw a photo of one of these cars that raced at Le Mans. Took it to Andy Colpin and showed him the picture and said, "Can you build me that?" And Andy said, "Yes, certainly." And some 6 or 7 months later, out of the workshop popped this car, and with the big flares on it. And if you can ever find a photo of an art car, and one of the Nart 308 GT4s, compare the two. It's very hard to pick the difference. So that's the other Ferraris in the field. So that will be a very good race to watch this afternoon. So there's the checkered flag. So we now have checkered flag on the Ferraris. So Formula Juniors, can we all have you on the circuit, please? I see you all getting ready there, down there. And we have you up for the dummy grid. And then we will have the Ferraris off the circuit. We will have the Formula Juniors out there. Then we will have the Sports and GT, the Pre-78 race, which I was just talking about. And also in that race, we will have Zach Lawrence with the BMW 635 CSI that has an identity crisis. It doesn't know whether it's a saloon car or a Sports and GT car, but never mind, it's lovely to see it out there. And Zach drives that car beautifully, and the car is presented beautifully. So we'll see him out there as well. And then we're back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. First race is away, and that will be tomorrow morning. Will be BMW E30. So that's the first one up, and that's kick-off at 9:01 tomorrow morning. We can see Tony Roberts down there in the big Chevy Corvette lining up on the dummy grid, so it's good to see that we're going to have Tony out there as well. Sports car race would not be the same without Tony in the Corvette. Now, it's just an event we need to talk about in a couple of weeks' time too, and that's we'll be back here at and that's the 15th of I think 15th and 16th of February. And that will be here at Hampton Downs, and that will be Hondas at Hampton. Now the field there will be the very, very exciting Honda Cup, also supported by the Central Muscle Cars. And then the new boy on the block of New Zealand Motorsport, and probably one of the most exciting classes of all, is the 2K Cup. So they'll be joining us, and there's a lot of cars in that class. There's the 1.5, the 1.6s, and of course the 2 litres. So there's 3 championships in one, and it's for cars that are the value of $2,000, no more, and they have to be to warrant a fitness standard, obviously. And it has turned out some fantastic racing, and until you've seen this, it's a commentator's dream. You've just got 40 odd cars on track, and they're just all over each other. So, and the driving standards are excellent. So it's brought over 100 new drivers into the sport, which we're pleased about. So that will be here on the 15th and 16th, and that's the Honda Cup. Okay, so we have the Formula Juniors out there now, and they will be out there for 6 laps, I think. Right, so let's have a look and see who we have in this field. Some lovely cars in there. Alright, so go down and have a look at them. These are not slow cars, by the way. They are relatively fast cars. And one of the cars to watch out for out there at the moment is going to be Noel Woodford. Now, what Noel is in a 1961 X-Works Gemini Mark III-A. And that's 1060 cc's. And the special thing about this car was driven by Mike Parks. And he was campaigned this car for a little while as one of the works cars, and he was one of the works drivers. Now you might ask who Mike Parks is, and for those Ferrari aficionado and Formula One aficionado will know that Mike Parks was one of Chris Amon's teammates in the or raced in for the Scuderia Ferrari in 1966 or 67 was when Chris was there. So he was one of the Formula One drivers for the Ferrari team, and then he went off to do other things, I think. And so on looks up the front here, we have car number 5, and car number 5 is Peter Bowl, and that's in a Lola Mark V, and that is an 1100cc car. So on pole position is going to be Noel Woodford. We look a little bit further down, back car number 36 is John Rapley, and that's a Dennis Holm Brabham BT2. Car number 92. Car number 25 on the grid. Keep an eye out for car number 25. That's our very own festival director, Jim Barkley. A little bit further back, we can see Mike Sexton there in one of the earlier model Geminis. Okay, we have the flags on. And they are racing, and Noel Woodford gets a flying start. Car number 48, Paul Halford, jumps through. And that just goes to show Paul's been obviously been a little bit race fit today, so he jumps through from about 6th or 7th position back, and he goes up into about 4th or 5th position. So good start from Paul Halford there. Noel Woodford's making no race of it. He's disappeared off up the road, leaving John Rapley to deal with the rest of the pack, and John's in the ex-Dennis Holm Brabham BT2. So as they've all disappeared down the back of the track, we'll see them come out at Pepsi Max, and yes, it's still Woodford in the lead, but Rapley is not that far behind him in the BT2, so this could be quite interesting. Well, looking further back, who can I see coming up there next? It looks like it's going to be Peter Bowl, I think. Yes, it is Peter Bowl. He's through in 3rd place. Then Paul Halford's come through in 5th position. So Paul Halford's really absolutely flying in the little Auto Sud Formula Junior. That's an 1100cc car, and that is a front engine car, and obviously runs drum brakes all the way around. So Paul's driving that car with great vigor, and it's an immaculate car. So here comes Paul up the front straight, and he goes through in 4th position, but he's just passed on the start-finish line by Chris Atkinson. Chris Atkinson goes past in the Lotus 20, and the 1100cc. There goes John Holmes, comes across. John was having a bit of problems in practice, so he comes across the line in last place in car number 18, which is the Lotus 18 Formula Junior, and the car sounds slightly off song. Poor old John's not having much luck there today. Only got a couple of laps in practice. But look at this, Rapley's all over the back of Woodford as they head up the hill. They were very similar times in practice, but there's less than a second difference between them today. Rapley's all over the back of Woodford, and meanwhile Peter Bowles got the attention of Chris Atkinson in 4th position here. So that's the late model rear engine disc brake cars are all at the front, which is where you'd expect them to be. Then Paul Halford doing a stunning job in the Auto Sud in 5th position. That's a front engine car and 1100cc, and he's well in front of the next man through. Looking further back down the place, I can say he's in 5th, 7th, 8th. In 9th position, I can see Michael Sexton. Mike Sexton's got a Gemini Mark II, and you look at that car, that's absolutely gorgeous as it comes past. That's the one with the hand-polished aluminium body. So the 2 aluminium body cars come through. Sexton's is the really shiny one. It's car number 34 as he goes past us now. He's followed by car number 40, which is Bruce Edgar and the Elfin Catalina. He comes through next. So then we're back to the front of the field though. Let's have a look at this fight between Woodford and Rapley. That was a great scrap about a lap ago. Where are they up to with it now? And they disappear down the back of the track. We should see them come out. Look at this. Rapley's all over him like a cheap suit as they come up the top of the hill. It's still Woodford's got the lead by the looks of things, but not by much. And he has, yes, and Rapley's still there, but they're going to have the attention of one Chris Atkinson in a second because he's just gapped it to Peter Bowl, and he's about to latch onto the back of Woodford and Rapley as they head down in the bottom there. So we've got Woodford in the Gemini, Rapley in the Home Brabham, and Chris Atkinson in a Lotus, and that's about how they would have been running in the day. So they're as they come up the hill here, I've got a funny feeling that Atkinson's probably got the legs on these cars. Yes, he's about to displace Rapley as they come across the start-finish line. So, can Rapley hold on? No, he was too wide, and Atkinson knew that. He was straight up the inside of him, so he always had the good run down into the first right hand. But Woodford's next. Okay, he's got rid of Rapley. Can he get rid of Woodford as they come through, as they disappear down into Pepsi Max corner? Both Woodford and Atkinson and Rapley, all three are very accomplished race drivers and have driven many cars in their lives, and have now decided to settle on these beautiful but very fast Formula Junior cars. We look back a little bit further down the track and we can see Peter Bowl there in the Lotus, and he just can't quite get on the back of this battling through trio at the front. Atkinson sitting there in second place. Can he do anything about Woodford in front of him? He managed to catch them fairly quickly. He's displaced Rapley coming up the hill, but can he do anything about Woodford? Quite possibly he can, because that Lotus, I think, has got a little bit more poke in a straight line, and as they come up the hill, he's gone to the inside of... No, he hasn't, because Woodford has actually pulled a little gap on him again. So Woodford was Woodford holding back a little bit earlier? So we're looking on the lap times now. We've got Noel Woodford just at his fastest on the last lap, a 1:18.9. Atkinson did his fastest, a 1:18.7. So there's less than 0.2 of a second difference between the two of them as they go around the back of the track one more time, then disappear out of sight. The disadvantage with the little Formula Juniors is we can't see them as they disappear behind all the cars. They've gone down into Pepsi Max corner one more time, and it's still Woodford out the front. Atkinson's got on the back of him now. I think Woodford might have been holding back to have a bit of a race with Rapley, but the moment Atkinson came along, he thought, well, hang on, I better pull finger and get out of it. So that's what's going on there. So the two of them are having a great scrap at the front here. You can see that the Gemini has got equal sort of power to the Lotus as they head down the short straight into Meadowman. There's nothing between them. There's identical lap times. There's identical gap between them. There's about half a car length difference between the two cars as they come up the hill for the third. Sorry, there'll be 3 to go after this one. So he goes Woodford across the line, and he's opening. So Woodford has opened up a slight gap, and he's down into the 17s now. He's dropped down into 17.7. Chris Atkinson has done a 17.8, and John Rapley has done his fastest time in the last lap, and that was a 19.9. Then Peter Bowles got a 19.4. So Bowl and Rapley are doing similar lap times. Atkinson and Woodford are doing similar lap times. So obviously the two at the front have just got a little bit more squirt than the next two. But the gap between the two at the front is not that big, and they have got a fight on. But there is a reasonable sized gap between Rapley and Bowl as they go through the infield hairpin one more time. Atkinson's trying everything he can to get on the back of Woodford. He's trying to get into the slipstream as they head down Meadowman. And he's actually he's actually got the hook up on that one, but he just couldn't quite get get the slingshot past, and has had to back into it. Up the hill one more time they come. There'll be 2 to go after this one. Still Woodford from Atkinson, Rapley from Bowl, and then a huge gap back to Paul Halford, who's doing a stunning job in that auto sud, and that's a front engine car, and to be sitting there with a whole lot of rear engine cars behind you is quite a stunning performance from Paul. A very accomplished race driver. We look a little bit further back and I can see that Mike Sexton's managed to get past the car in front of him. So Mike's moved up into 8th position, and then we've got a battle going on for 9th and 10th. A battle going on between Nigel Russell and Bruce Edgar for 9th and 10th position, so that's how they come across the line. And through in last place we've got car number 74, which is the Walter Finley's 1959 Elva 100 DKW engine. That's a 2-stroke engine car, so fantastic little car. So if we look a little bit further down, and there's that scrap still going on at the front between Woodford and Atkinson. There's a back marker between them as that managed, and yes, Woodford still managed to keep the gap there as they put a lap on John Holmes. Next Rapley comes through, followed by Peter Bowl in the Lotus, and that's done in the gold leaf colours of red and gold, so, or it could even be the Yellow Man Racing colours, so that may have been campaigned out of the Yellow Man Racing stable. The Yellow Man team did a lot of things. They raced the Galaxies and the Falcons, they raced GT40s, Escorts, Cortinas, Anglias, raced all sorts of things. Okay, Paul Halford comes across the line, a really credible 5th place. Car number 1 goes, this is Roger Herrick in a Lola Mark II, he's through in 6th. Car number 92 goes past there, that's Leonard May in a 1961 Cooper, he's gone past as well. And then we have the little Elva coming up the back of the field. And the one car behind them is John Holmes and look at the scrap going on here. They've had the last lap. Have they got the last lap board this time? Yes, they're going to get the last lap board this time. No, they're not. They're going to get the checkered flag. What are they going to get? Okay, look at this side by side across the line. It's the checkered. Atkinson makes a last bid for it, but he didn't quite make it, and it was Woodford that got there. But look at the scrap back here between Bowl and Rapley. And Bowl left his run one lap too late to get close to him. So it's Noel Woodford from Chris Atkinson, Jeff Apley, Peter Bowl, and Paul Halford come through in a very credible 5th position. Fantastic bit of driving for Paul, and we will see him through in 5th position. And then we will have our final race of the day, which will be our pre-78 Sports and GTs. And we really look forward to seeing these things on the track. This is one of my favourites for the weekend, and so one of my favourites. I have several favourites. See Alan Cattle going through there in car number 10. And that's a beautiful Volpini Formula Junior. I see there's 2 of those down in the garage. I think Alan's got both of them. And that was our Formula Junior race, so it was a fantastic finish to that. Just one more reminder about our dinner tomorrow night at $30 a ticket for that beautiful Italian meal. Just make sure you get along for that. That will be well worth going to. Great night's entertainment. Regrettably, I see Gordon Burr's Ferrari 3i GT4 LM is backing up there. It's his pit crew Robin running flat stick through the pits, so maybe he's forgotten something. But We do want to see Gordon out there, so if you can make it, Gordy, we do want you out there, buddy. Yes, this is the danger, you see, of running two cars. He left his crash helmet. Gordon left his crash helmet and the Escort. There you go. So he needs a crash helmet for each car, so that way we won't forget them. But, well done, Robin. Okay, that's terrific, because we'd have hated this race to get underway without Gordon in it, because he's certainly one of the gentlemen of the of classic car racing. We love having him on board, and he is a very, very good peddler as well. He's not just a gentleman; he's a very fast driver, and he's a good fighter on the circuit. He'll fight. He will be a gentleman, but he's not going to open the door and let you go through. You're going to have to work for it, and you will have to work very hard to get past him, because he certainly knows what he's doing, and he places that Ferrari or the Alfetta or the Escort or whatever it is driving on the day, he places it in exactly the right position. Okay, so judging by the look of things, he's going to be off the back of the grid there. It's a bit of a shame. Okay, so here's the grid for the next race. We have Jason Leifting on pole position, which I figured was going to be the case in the Lotus 47. And he was some 2 seconds a lap faster, I think, at the time than Michael Lyons. But then again, Michael, I think, had a bit of an issue in the pits and in the engine department area. So hopefully they've got that fixed. So we'll have Michael out there. Then Derek Atkinson is going to be up next in the beautiful V8 engine Morgan. Then we'll have Tony Robertson, the big 7.5 litre Chevy Corvette. So that will be, and Tony drives that thing with great verve. It's going to be fantastic to see him out there. Then we will have Grant Kern. He's going to be out the next position in the V8 engined MGB, followed by Chris Barrenget. And I'm sorry if I keep getting your name wrong, Chris, but pronunciation is a bit hard. And he's in the 944S. Then John Honoré next up in the 308 GTB Ferrari, and that's just a GTB that has been developed for racing, unlike the car that Michael Lyons is driving, which is actually a works-developed race car with a carbon fibre Kevlar body on it. And that will be one of the very first carbon fibre Kevlar body cars, I would say, because it's a early bird development. And no, what a shame we don't have Michael there. The car is not there. What a great shame. That's very disappointing. We would love to have seen that car there. They must have had an issue. I know they had an issue with it last week, and they were a bit concerned about it, and they didn't turn up in the last race. They went out this morning. He put in a couple of reasonably good times, pulled it in the pits, and I noticed they had the boot off of it. So obviously we're not going to see that car in this race. What a great shame. So it will be Jason at the front from Chris Atkinson in the Morgan V8. Then we will have Tony Roberts up next in the 7.5 litre Chevy V8. Then we will have Grant Kern in the 3.9 litre V8 MGB, and Chris Barrenget in the 944 S2. Then John Honoré in the 308 GTB V8 engine Ferrari. We go a little bit further back there to Zach Lawrence in the BMW 635 CSI. With the identity crisis, he doesn't know whether it's a saloon or a sports and GT, because he's running 2 events this weekend. He's running historic touring cars as well as this. Then Gordon Burr in the 308 GT4 LM. Steve Rasmussen up next up in the 964 Cup car. Then we've got Derek Moore in the V12 X Andy Turpin 5.3 litre Jaguar XJS. We have Kerry Chatterton in the Arrow Wheels 911. Then Arthur Valls in the beautiful Alfa Romeo. Michael Rasmussen in the 924. And right at the back, John Dennehy in the Aston Martin Zagato Lagonda, ex-factory works car, one of only 2 built in the world. This car is worth over $1 million, so please do not hit it. Okay, here it goes. They're away, and the little 308 Ferrari Honore is straight off the line. That engine hanging over the rear wheels jumps him up about 2 spots off the line. Brilliant start from Honore in the Ferrari. And then we have, as expected, Jason Leifting in the Lotus 47 Europa hits the front. He's just going to disappear off up the road. Then you've got Derek Atkinson next car up in the little. Chris Barnett decides he's going to have a crack back at the Ferrari. He lost out to him off the start-finish line. He wants that position back, and he's taken it. So Honore looks in his rear vision mirror, and he's got the other Ferrari 308, which is Gordon Burr in his rear vision mirrors. But Leifting has disappeared up the track a little bit. Then you've got the next one through is Derek Atkinson in the lovely V8 engine Morgan. Then you've got Tony Roberts in the big 7.5 litre Chevy Corvette. Grant Kern next up in the MGB. Barnett in the Porsche 944 S2, then Honore in the 308 GTB, Burr in the 308 GT4, Lawrence in the 635 CSI BMW, the 2 Porsches side by side, the 911 and the 964 of Rasmussen and Chatterton. We go back one step to the Alfa Romeo of no, that's a Triumph TR8. We have a Triumph TR8 in there, and then we have the Aston Martin Lagonda, the Jaguar XJS V12, the Alfa Romeo of Alfa Vals, and the Malik U2 Cups. What a grid, people. Listen to that. We've got Ferrari, we've got Porsche, we've got Morgan, we've got Jaguar, we've got Aston Martin, we've got BMW, we've got Triumph, we've got Alfa Romeo. This is a fantastic class. Congratulations to Jim Barkley. Well put together to have this many different marks on the grid is fantastic. So Leifting just disappearing up the road. He's don't say he's disappearing, but I think he's just pacing himself. He's just managing the gap back to Derek Atkinson in the Morgan. He can quite easily open that up if he wants to. Then we have Derek seems to have the measure of Tony Roberts this weekend. Derek Atkinson is very fast. I think Derek's still on road tyres. I don't know if he's gone to slicks, but I'm not sure. And I don't think they're actually, I think only the Ferrari was running slicks this weekend. So here comes Tony Roberts across the line in 3rd position. Well driven, Tony. Then with Grant Kern, and he's got the attention of John Honore on the back of him. They've gapped Chris Barnett, and then there's a good scrap going on here between Gordon Burr and Zach Lawrence. The Ferrari and the 635 side by side down into the right-hander. Look at that, they're still side by side. Great bit of drive. I told you Gordon Burr was a gentleman, but he's racing. He kept Lawrence tight. He wasn't going to give him any room to breathe, but he held on to him. Lawrence got the better of the argument in the end, as he's just managed to sweep past, or just sneak past, I should say, Gordon Burr. So that was a good fight, and I don't think it's going to be over yet, because Gordon will have another crack back at him, as Gordon will always do. And we look back a little bit further down, and Kern has now got Honore getting closer and closer to him. Barnett is stuck between, and a bit of a gap between Honore and Zach Lawrence, who's the next one up. Then Honore comes through. Then we have the 2 Porsches, the 964 followed by the 911. Then we're here now. Look at this, a V8 Aston Martin Lagonda works race car, the only one of only 2 in the world, and he's fighting with an XJS V12 race car. What a beautiful sight. Then we come back to the Alfa Romeo. And we've got a small gap there back to Michael Rasmussen in the 924S. Then we have Alan Service is the next one up in the Malik McRae U2. And then right at the back of the field, we've got that Triumph TR8. And that's driven by Brian Parks. So Brian Parks through last place in the TR8. And there's Derek Moore, and he's just trying to go down the inside of the Aston Martin. And bearing in mind, John Dennehy is the only man, or one of the very few men, to win a Group C race in a works Aston Martin. He won one in the Aston Martin Nimrod in the Group C days. So John is a very, very accomplished race driver, and has raced on considerable occasions with Rowan Atkinson, aka Mr. Bean. They're great friends, and This is the factory works Aston Martin Zagato that John's got here, and Rowan Atkinson had the other one. I think he's actually sold that car now. But so this is actually a factory works car. And they're still side by side. Look at this, good scrap there between Moore and Dennehy. And the Aston Martin goes out really, really wide to... now, I know how fast that XJS Jag is. It's a very, very quick car. So that Aston Martin it's got a lot of poke in a straight line. So as we look further down, then it looks like Gordon Burr has just dropped off the back of Zach Lawrence in the big BMW 635 CSI, and Derek Moore's got the better of the argument with John Dennehy. Arthur Vowles comes through next, followed by Alan Service, then Michael Rasmussen, and then Brian Parks right at the back in the TR8 Triumph, car number 59. Back to look at the fight going on here between John Honoré and Grant Kern. Now these two are constant competitors in the Arrows Wheels series, and they're quite often together, so this will be a good fight between the V8 MGB and the V8 engine Ferrari. Meanwhile, Jason Leafton goes across the line, and Derek Atkinson's got a little bit closer to him, and then we have Tony Roberts man through in the big 7.5 litre Chevy Corvette. But the interesting one to watch now is this fight between Kern and Honoré. Kern can see Honoré coming, so he goes two very different lines through that corner. Grant Kern goes in very tight, Honoré goes out very wide, so one wants the exit fast and one wants the exit slower. Or more settled, I should say, than slower. But Honoré is actually inching closer and closer to the back of Grant Kern. Very different handling characteristics on those cars. The MGB, of course, with the Alloy Rover V8 engine in it, is brought out to 3,900 cc. It'll have more torque out of the corners. The 308 with that 3-litre flat plane crank Ferrari engine is a screamer, so it hasn't got a lot of torque off the corners, but it's very, very quick through them. So we look a little bit further back, and then Zach Lawrence is inching ever closer to the back of Zach Barragut. And Derek Moore has definitely opened up the gap now back to John Dennehy in the Aston Martin Zagato. And Moore's now climbing all over the back of Kerry Chatterton. So Steve Rasmussen's pulled away from Chatterton. Chatterton's now falling back into the hands of Derek Moore in the XJS V12 Jag as they come up the hill. Look back down the track and you'll see the gap to them. Not a lot happening up front, but there's a good scrap going on here. So this one will start to develop. So Moore's got past him. The next one in his sights is Steve Rasmussen. So the big last lap out is going to be next time round. So this time next time we see the Lotus up the hill, he will get the last lap board. So there's first, second and third. There's about even gaps between all three of them. The big gap from Leafting back to Atkinson, about the same size gap back to Roberts in third. Then there's a huge gap back to John Honoré, and we've lost Grant Kern. And Grant Kern's come off the circuit somewhere. So we appear to have Grant Kern's got a breakdown. I can't see yellow flags anywhere. I certainly hope it's not a repeat of last week's little incident. He tore the centre out of a clutch, which wasn't good. And poor Grant, he's been the coordinator of this series. He's had basically one race last weekend and half a race last weekend, and that was it. So, but let's hope there's nothing terribly serious. Anyway, back to the front, and it's going to be last lap board is coming out now to. Has been out to our leaders, and so Honoré is now sitting in fourth position, I would guess. So John Honoré in the Ferrari 308 GTB is in fourth. We look back, we see Gordon Burr's just flashed through on the 308 GT4 Le Mans. Oh, John Honoré's slowing. Chris Barron's gone past John Honoré, and then now John's going to fall into the clutches of Zach Lawrence. Zach Lawrence is about to put a pass on John. So I don't know what John did there, but he's just given away a 4th place. So let's see where they come out of it. Here comes our lead car, and this is Jason Leifting, and he's coming up the front straight now to take the checker flag. And well driven to Jason. And here comes Derek Atkinson, puts a lap on the Triumph TR8, and Derek comes through in 2nd position, followed by Tony Robertson, the big thundering Chevy Corvette, 7.5 litre Corvette comes through in 3rd. We look further back down the track to now it's going to be Chris Barringett. And I think, judging by the fact that John Honoré just seems to have recovered, I think he must have just had a bit of an off-road excursion, or made a bit of an indiscretion, because he's dropped back from 4th to now 5th. So he won't be very happy with himself. But and here comes Chris Barringett, take 4th, Honoré 5th, Zach Lawrence through in that beautiful black BMW, and 6th, Gordon Burr in the lovely big 308 GT4 LM comes through in 7th. We look further back down, here comes John Monroe in the XJS V12 from Steve Rasmussen in 8th and 9th, and then Kerry Chatterton 10th, John Dennehy through in 11th position. And then we have Arthur Vals come through next in the little Alpha, and he's in close attention to Alan Service. And our tail end Charlie is going to be Michael Rasmussen and the beautiful Golf 924 Porsche. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That was our final race of the day. We trust you enjoyed it. And guess what? We're back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it all over again. And you've got to be here early, because the BMW E30s are up first, and they are just amazing to watch. They are so close. Fighting, and I think we're going to have a handicap race tomorrow, which is just fantastic. So we'll have the fast guys off the back, and I won't say the slow guys, because there's nobody really slow in it, but but the slower will be off the front, and that will just be incredible racing. So make sure that you tell all your friends about it. Please bring them all down here. We've got a lovely long weekend, so you've still got Monday to have off and just relax and do what you want to do. But we have there, so I'd like to thank all the flaggies out there today. You've done a great job, as you usually do, and sitting out there in that lovely hot sun. And we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. This is John Tomlin, aka JT, signing off for the day.